Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. Another day live on SDtv. How's everybody doing? Aaron, how are you, my friend?
I'm good, man. I'm good. It's a balmy 24. Feels like spring.
Oh, nice. I got 13 right now. Lovely. Lovely. Good
Very
stuff.
good.
I'm over the cold. I'm ready. I'm ready for vacation.
Me too.
Well, go ahead and take it away.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Who do we got? Mr. Will, LA, or Luke? What's up? Lyle. Good morning. Lar. Good morning. All the L's. How we doing? Give everybody just a couple minutes here. We did have news coming in this morning, but it kind of disappeared. RC, how are you? Frank, morning. Darren, what up? Omar, morning. Hope everybody good night. Ready to go. Some exciting stuff going on. Edward, what up? Yeah, mixing it up. Ed, no sweatshirt today. Warming up. I'm telling you, it's a balmy 24. It feels like spring.
Sun's out, guns out, baby.
There you go. I saw a dude at Kroger. I'm hand to God. This was like on Saturday or something. It was like 29 here. It was almost 30 degrees. Dude at Kroger in shorts. Like, God, you know you're in the Midwest when it's 30 and you got dude in shorts. So, yes, it feels really nice. I'm not kidding, man. It feels like when it's minus or whatever, and then all of a sudden it's 24. It feels good. Nico, good morning. Nico's nice and toasty. Nico's down in paradise, down in Bolivia, soaking up the sunshine. Miss Mary Rose, how are you? It does, right, Ed? It does. Do you, Mr. Welp, just strutting around London in the snow with shorts and sandals? Love it. Love it. All right, guys, let's get started. So, starting off on news. Morning, Rick. All right, now news is a little wonky this morning. Speaking of wonky, is Kamika here yet? Good morning, Miss Kamika. If you're here, always a pleasure. We had Jolt scheduled for today, okay, and then it became tentative, and now it's gone. Let me refresh, make sure it's not back on there. Yeah, we had Jolts today. So remember, Jolts was Yellen's favorite report, right? When she was Treasury Secretary. It's a big deal. So it's gone. Whatever. Okay. But we'll just have to keep an eye on that here. It's usually at 10. So again, if just periodically check. I'll make sure to try to post it if it does. Actually, I'm going to be busy at 10. But yeah, just keep an eye on this. Right. Make sure it doesn't pop in. But other than that, we've got Fed member Bowman speaking at 9:40. That could toss us around just a little bit. So just keep that in mind. But other than that, there's nothing, right? There's absolutely nothing today. All right. Now going into the rest of the week, we got packed Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But yeah, nothing there. Kind of surprised me. Moving on to the Fed Watch tool. Now remember, Warsh Your Clothes is got obviously nominated new Fed chair. So what we're keeping an eye on is this right here. This was over 50. Now Warsh is supposedly very hawkish, right? Like even more than Powell, so to speak. That's the consensus on the street, if you want to call it that. Hawkish meaning higher rates for longer. So we're keeping an eye on this right here. Okay, if you see, we were above 50, and now we're down to, call it 40, 46. So we'll keep an eye on this as we get more and more data prints coming in. But if we see this starting to rise, okay, then that's very bullish for the markets. All right, that's very bullish for the markets. Excuse me. So we'll keep an eye on that. But, going into March, pause, April pause, right? It's that June meeting. Because remember, between April and June, in May, that's when Powell's done and when Warsh takes over. Okay? Just interesting yeah. So we'll see. All right, we'll see. But keep an eye on that. All right. Morning, Tiffany. Morning, Nate. There's Miss Tomika. Always a pleasure. So when you swear I have to put $1 in there, no. That's not how it works. I'd be broke with you fellas here. That's a nice way to say it. Nate, what up? RC. Yeah, that's just the consensus that he's a hawk, right? Now, who knows? And remember, everybody, the Fed is not related to the government. They are their own entity. I say that tongue in cheek, obviously, but yeah, I would be, I'd be bankrupt if this group, if I had to put $1 in for every time someone swears here. Well done, Nate. Well done. Well done. Good job. All right. Okay, so let's get to it. All right, we got a lot going on here. All right. There we go. Okay, so, without us having any news this morning, the VIX is going to be where we're sitting right now, right? Where we're sitting right now on the VIX is huge. Oh, let me maximize this for you. So this is the VIX, VX, the VIX futures, not VIX index. Now, this runs inverse, right? This is the leading indicator for the US indices. So this down, VIX down, indices up, VIX up, indices down. All right, on the larger time frame, we're absolutely in short setups. Absolutely, 100%. Okay, from those November 18th highs to our lows on December 12th, right? Absolutely. But still, we have not broken our old contract lows to new contract highs. Okay, and that's down here from these 1580s up to our 2090s. Okay, we have not broken this. And we know that this is our level once a month that put the indices in jeopardy. All right. And we haven't broken it. We haven't melted down enough to break it. So a break of that level, okay, 77 round down to 75, subtract a tick, 70. We'd have to break the 70s. So trade 65. Remember, the VIX moves in nickels. Okay. So if we start this pullback, all right, you can see what that would do to the indices. Now, when you think about, and I'll show you where the indices are, but when you think about where the indices are, if we start this pullback, then the indices they can fall to the bottoms of their ranges, right? So really important here that we pay attention to what's going on down here. We don't have any news as a catalyst anymore. So if programs just behave like normally and we get up into this level up here, we can see a squeeze back into this resistance. All right. See how that's kind of spooky? Now, that's not like a big trend break. The indices are going to crash or anything. That's just that's a pullback. Now, if we do get down here and if we just melt and break these 70s, awesome. The indices can rally. Great. Everybody's happy, right? Flowers are blooming, just whatever. But if we don't, right, we can squeeze right up in here. And then, God forbid, we break that, then there's a whole different conversation. Okay? So we'll see going into the morning. We're just dancing around on this thing right now. And we'll see once we get open, what's going on. Now, if we just go sideways, right, then the VIX is of no influence, right? Imagine it's in neutral. if we're just going sideways. So then we'll defer to, our financials more than likely. All right, for our direction. Okay. So any questions here? Any questions on the VIX? It's just irritating. And then of course the markets don't listen to us because we can't do a whole lot with the VIX not breaking that old contract lows, new contract highs. It just makes it irritating because we don't have any clear, I wouldn't say trend, but we don't have permission to dramatically think a certain way. That's the best way I can put it. Okay, as long as it's still holding that level. Now we break it, awesome. Game on, right? To the long side, we're buying pullbacks. Okay, but we haven't yet. All right. So any questions? Do I think the partial government shutdown will keep us sideways? I have no idea, Mr. Wolf. I try to keep myself and my thinking out of it as much as possible. So right now, all that I know is this is at support, and we're either going to break it, and if we don't, we've got all this room to squeeze. Right? So I try my best to keep my thinking out of it. I find that when I let this do the thinking for me, I do a lot better. If that makes sense. I don't mean to be short, but just honestly, I do my best to keep my crystal ball in the shop, right, and not put my own thoughts into what should happen. All right. Okay. It very well could, Mr. Wolf. It very well could. If the price, think of it this way. Narrative doesn't determine price. Okay? Price is price, and then people will build a narrative around what price is doing. Right? So if we go up, they'll build a narrative why volatility is rising. If we go down, they'll build a narrative why volatility is falling. You see what I'm getting at? So it's backwards to what most people think. Most people are trying to crystal ball this thing, right? And unfortunately, we don't have to do that, right? So you'll see it. Notice that the narrative follows price, right? The narrative follows price, not the other way around. All right. Good morning, Amanda. So hopefully that makes sense what I'm kind of getting at. But yeah, I just find that I do better when I try to not keep my thinking in it. All right. Okay. So any questions, guys? Yep. Any questions at all? Anybody? Jay Wavy, what's up? How are you? Good morning. Good to see you. All right. Moving on. Okay, so our financials. Now, bank is in an uptrend. Okay, remember this is bank. These are the financials in our markets. We held, and we've been talking about for a while, we held our lows of the year to highs of the year. Right? Remember, bank's just an index. It's not traded, so it doesn't have to be super technical. These draws that we put on here are just a guide. But what we've done, we held our halfway back on the year, right? And then we broke this short setup. All right. So since we broke that, could we come all the way halfway back? Yes, we could come all the way halfway back. All right. But what could get in the way of that? Right. There could be this extension long right here from Friday's highs to highs. That could get in the way. But again, we don't really have to time our financials. It's more or less which direction they're moving. Right. Are they moving up? That means it's a bullish environment for the indices, right? If they're moving down, it's a negative environment for the indices, right? It doesn't move tick for tick; it just creates the environment that the indices are in, right? And we want that environment on our side. Okay. Now onto the ES. So you can see where we are up here, right? On the ES, there's really no long setups, right? If you zoom out. them out and look a little bit. Okay, you can see there's really no long setups, right, inside of this thing. Okay, it's becoming a great big range. Now these highs, right, these highs up here, right, are coordinating with the VIX bouncing around on this support. All right, so you can see if we make this squeeze, the VIX starts to lift off, that's going to send us out of the top of our range, right? And the indices will stop when the VIX gets to resistance, wherever that might be, up here. Okay? That could be all the way back down here. We don't know, right? So, not really drawing up any long setups, right? Now, the one that would equate with that highs to lows on the VIX would be this lows to highs. But again, this doesn't have to be technical, and that's kind of in the middle of the range, isn't it? So it really all depends on what the VIX is going to do down here at these lows. Right? We start to fall through this, then yeah, indices can go. They'll go. All right. Be interested to see if we just chop around at these highs. Right? After the gap fill, be interested to see if we just chop around at these highs. Okay, so talking about the gap fill here. There we go. So here's the fill today, down at 7,003. That's the gap fill. It's funny to say that. 7,325. Okay, that's the gap fill. All right. Here's our 10 points. Here's our 20 points. You can see our 20 points defending. Right. So going into the morning, right? If we open inside of these 20 points at 9:30, right? We've got a 70% chance or better of this gap filling. All right. We open outside of these 20, then more than likely the VIX is starting to fall through that long. And we'd have to be aware of a potential breakout if that happens. Okay? But you can see these 20s defending right here. I'm actually in already. It was just too good of a opportunity there to not get in. So we'll see. All right. So any questions on, now, before I do that, if we do get down here to this gap fill, right, more than likely that means the VIX is squeezing higher. So, you know, you're not going to want to try to pick a bottom on the indices on the way down until this thing would squeeze up and find resistance. If it does, I mean, if we squeeze this far, we might go through. Who knows? I don't know. Right? But we'll watch, you know, if that does happen. Okay. Right now, the VIX is really giving, it's in neutral. Okay. So it's not doing much. All right. So any questions on the fill this morning? Any questions on the fill this morning? Everybody good? Okay. All right, moving on to the NASDAQ. Now, the NASDAQ looks a little bit different because the NASDAQ's in this long, right? From our lows on November 21st to our highs, we've traded back into this long. So we traded into this long, and then we broke the short, right? Say the rhyme, trade support, break the short, right? So they're technically wise could be this long right here. All right, so we'll see. We'll just, again, in the morning, let the ES gap fill in the VIX be our guide, because if the VIX does start squeezing higher, then we're going to pull back. Okay? Just as simple as that. All right? So we'll see, like I said, after this fills, what's going to happen, you know, where are we going from there? All right, where are we going from there? Okay? All right. Now, moving on to the YM and the Russells. The YM is just rangy Rangerton, this thing. Okay? Top of the range, bottom of the range. This thing is just plowing through the middle. All right? So all we've really done is expand our range. That it really, I mean, it doesn't get much more rangy Rangerton than that. Okay? So we got to be really careful in the middle. right? That long for lows would be in the middle of the range, wouldn't it? Now, eventually the middle of the range will hold. We know that. We just don't know when that's going to be, right? You've already been wrong once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. The middle of the range hadn't held. Eventually it will. And we can react to that, right? But just watch bank, because remember, and I should have pointed this out, either way, either support level you're looking at here, unless it just opens and goes straight up, either support level, there's a pullback, right? So there would be bank weakness down into these pullbacks, financial weakness, right? Again, unless we just open and rip, right? Which we could, but technically wise, it's got room, right? So that weakness, especially on the YM and the Russells, right? They're going to pull back. The YM's going to pull back off the top of its range, and we wouldn't want to get caught in the middle there. Okay. So you can see these big moves we had yesterday kind of shoved everything back to the tops of their ranges. All right. So we need the VIX to break that long to get any continuation. Okay. Now the Russells might be in trouble. Okay. Here's the long from below us. All right, from our lows on November 21st to our highs. That's down here, right? We've had that forever. See this short? It's got some work to do, right? If bank makes its pullback, there goes the Russells, right? And I say it's in trouble, meaning it's going to make these larger pullbacks, not that crashing or anything. But these shorts from highs, right? On that high on the 22nd, remember we've already traded these, right? Right there. So if we see bank open up and start making that pullback, then you're going to see the Russells follow right along. Okay. All right. So there's the indices. Any questions? VIX Bank indices before we move on here? What you guys are thinking? Hang on one second, guys. All right. Everybody good? You good? All right. Okay. Bitcoin. Excuse me. Still in these shorts. Okay. We're in the crypto winter, right? These shorts are drawn from this low on January. Make sure. Yeah. These shorts are drawn from this low on January 25th to lows. You can see we're holding that resistance, but we're literally going straight sideways. There's no participation. Okay. We still haven't broken this opposing move here yet. That's why I've got that alert there. It's just to let me know when that breaks. But still going down in shorts, right? 33.5 or between September 6th and October 6th. All right, that's kind of what we're shooting for. Okay, so nothing really to report here, just kind of stuck in the middle. Now, crude oil. Up there. All right, crude oil, remember where we are. So we made this big pullback. Now, there might be some definite opportunity here on crude oil. So we made this big pullback, right? Slammed right into that short, and then we broke long setups. Okay, that short's drawn from July 23rd or June 23rd down here to December 16th, right there. But you can see we made this pullback, this halfway back. Now, why that's kind of a pickle is because we were in a series of longs. Those longs broke, and we didn't make the short pullback first to lead us down here. We just fell straight into it. Okay, so we can actually watch now, right, for this little guy right here to see if we can jump into that if we lift off, right? And that would more than likely squeeze us back to the top of the range because we never made that short pullback to lead us down here. Okay, so I'm going to be watching for this pullback here. Okay, so there's crude oil. Might definitely be some opportunity there this morning. All right, just like that. Okay, now gold and silver. Okay, so here's gold. Remember, gold traded its next long, right? Gold traded its next long. So Get rid of these. Look at that. Everybody that was freaking out, look at that. Okay, that's from our highs. I don't know if you guys can see that over there. Move out a little bit. I want you guys to see that. There we go. All right, that next long from April 22nd to highs. There you go. Doesn't look very bearish now, does it? All we did was drop right into that next long. Okay, so we've had the 31.55s right there. We had the 39.90s, call it, and now we've had these 45.68s. Okay, targets are up at 61.26. Now, inside of this, okay, we still have to get through this opposing move, right? We know that. We have to get through that. But what we did do is we broke these extensions. We broke our series of shorts. If we were going to continue straight down, we were going to have to do it from here. And we didn't, right? We broke that overnight. That was awesome. Okay, so there is going to be this long from lows. All right. Now, what we can watch for on gold, all right, is to get through here. So if we make this pullback, we're going to have to watch it, right? It's not a blindly trust it because we haven't gotten through here yet. But if we squeeze higher and break that, then it's game on, right? Because we're buying pullbacks all the way up to 61.26. All right, so we dropped right into the long. Isn't that crazy? Right? Isn't that crazy? So all the freak out, right? There we go. Okay, so we can watch for these pullbacks here, right? Just remember, if we haven't broken this yet, these pullbacks, we have to watch it. We can't just blindly trust it. It's not place a limit order there and get filled because we got to watch for a reaction here. All right, maybe a 1 hour bar close green, something along those lines. All right, and then we can lift off. All right, but that's just awesome to see. All right, so here's silver. All right, now on the larger time frame. Okay, remember we're still. Oh, I gotta go. That's right. I gotta go way up. Okay, we're looking at 0 to highs. This is a 50% off sale. Okay, we're drawing from 0 to our all-time high up here at 121. All right, we traded right into that 38.2 and have ripped. All right, so all the manipulation on the precious metals, especially on silver, is somebody's sweating. The COMEX is sweating right now, right? The LBMA is sweating because March is a delivery month, right? Meaning if you hold futures contracts, you can have physical silver delivered to you in March. All right, so I'll have to look at how many are standing for delivery. It was like 9,000 contracts at one point. A lot, right? More than they have. So it's going to get really interesting here. Now, we broke through these extension shorts too on silver, right? That was holding. That was going to lead us straight down, and it broke. Beautiful, right? Now, same as gold. Okay. All right. There's our pullback. Look how much room silver has, right? So we'll see if we get this pullback first before we get up here. But if we get up here and break, how do I say this? If we get up here and break this, don't be surprised if you see another one of these. Okay, you have to understand the grab tracks to stand for delivery, and you don't have the product. Remember, futures is a contract, right? Contract between buyer and seller. So you're buying it with the option of having it delivered to you, whether it's crude oil, whether it's cattle, whether it's corn, pork bellies, frozen orange juice, gold, silver, whatever. It's a futures contract. So you're buying it with the option of having that physical commodity delivered to you. What if you don't have enough of them? Right? That's the spooky part. So there's a lot going on here inside of the precious metals markets. Okay. So if we do break this, right, I would not be the least bit surprised if we get another crush like that. Okay. And remember, this crush that we had, there's a circuit breaker that didn't go off. Shanghai, that circuit breaker went off, right? 10%, 10% down, limit down, it went off. Okay. The US markets didn't. COMEX didn't. Whatever. Anyway, just don't be surprised if we see that. But all we can do is what's right in front of us, right? So we'll look for this pullback here to see if we can jump in, as long as we don't get here first, right? If we get here first and it sells off, we've got to watch it. Or if we break this, then yeah, we can grab those pullbacks. Accidentally getting crude oil delivered. Yeah, your garage would fill up fast. You'd be going to your neighbors. You guys need any oil? I can see Ed walking around. You guys need oil? Let me know. I got you covered. I got you covered. All right. Facebook Marketplace, 50-gallon drum, light sweet crude for sale. All right. So there we go. All right. And we're still in that environment, which is crazy. An ounce of silver is worth more than a 50-gallon barrel of crude oil. Crude oil's at what, 62? We're at 88. All right. So there we go. So there's our precious metals. All right, looking for those pullbacks. All right, here's the dollar. Now, those pullbacks, okay, or that little bullishness we're getting on gold and silver, on the precious metals, right? Here's what we got. Okay, so only thing holding up our dollar right now, okay, and this is DXY, it's not the dollar, it's a bunch of different currencies, but it's usually an easy way to look at dollar strength and weakness. Go ahead, we'll trade for dirt bikes, right? I need a new couch, new sectional, preferably brand new. I will trade you 50-gallon of light sweet crude. Oh, that's funny. So we've had all this dollar strength, right? We've had all this dollar strength. Puts a headwind against the precious metals for sure. A little bit the indices. Indices are kind of back in neutral. You could see that yesterday when the dollar was rising yesterday. The indices were going up too, right? So, we're kind of in that neutral. But the precious metals. So here's DXY. There's an extension long from January 28th to highs. All right, that's right here. If we can't get through these highs and we start to see this dollar weakness and this extension breaks, what that means is we're coming halfway back, okay, from lows, because it's in longs, right? The dollar's in longs. Okay, but that pullback, right? If we just make this normal pullback, that's a lot of dollar weakness. And that's going to put a really nice tailwind behind the precious metals. Okay? So we'll see. But if we hold this and lift off, more dollar strength. All right? I don't want to go down that road, Ed, because he's already threatened me with that because he knows my address. And he's already threatened if I keep running my mouth sometimes, right? There's going to be a calf show up at my doorstep. All right. I wouldn't mind one of those little mini Highland cows. You can keep that in the house, but no, this son of a gun is going to send me some Angus beef calf that I have to raise for the next 12 years. Right. So yeah, I want to go. I don't want to fight that battle because I'm not going to win it. I don't trust the Russian. Right. Okay. So here's the dollar yen. Now look at what the dollar yen has run into. This is all dollar strength, right? This is all dollar strength. Okay, but we've run into this resistance, right? January 13th, highs of the year to lows of the year. All right, we run into this. Okay, a little Loch Ness monster there, Tamika. All right, so we can start watching for breaks here. Because this might be a nice trade. I'm actually going to keep my eye on this. Boom. That's our extension right there. Let's see. Nope. Where's lows of the week? There's low of the week right there. All right, so there's our lows of the week to highs of the week. All right, so we can, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to keep drawing these smaller moves, right? And see if they break. Because if we can get one of these to break, we could change trend. And that would go from dollar strength to dollar weakness. That would be fantastic. Everything. Gold, silver would fly. Euro would fly. Hopefully, if they're not correlated. Like that, Ed? That's going in the book, huh? It will. I'm not putting it. He's gotten upset and threatened cattle. That's his go-to. So we'll watch this to see if we can get one of these to break and either get a double top or a pullback and see if that will send us south, right? That would be great to get all that dollar weakness. But as of right now, it's all dollar strength. None of that's happened, right? We're still in dollar strength trades. We're still in dollar strength trades. Okay, now moving on to the euro. All right, here's the euro. So, come on, there we go. All right, the euro's got this extension short. All right, and it hasn't quite traded it yet. All right, from our lows on January 28th to our lows, see how we traded up here? Almost got there, right? But, there we go, traded that 38.2. We didn't make this new low, right? So we'll see if there's a trend leading us down. Let's see if this broke yet. Nope. All right, so kind of inverse there of the dollar yen. All right, this is all still dollar strength, and we've got targets down here. But, right, if we start breaking shorts, we could go from dollar strength to dollar weakness. What is below us? It's a ways down there. Let me see what's below us here. Yeah, we hit that target, so that's what we're looking at. So you can see the euro's got room to fall. All right, it's still got room to fall. All right, but we'll see. All right, we'll see. What is kind of spooky about this is if the dollar yen holds the euro holds these shorts, right, and keeps falling, and then the dollar yen holds this larger short, we'll just have to keep an eye on that. If you see these two guys come down together, very bearish. Okay, that's the carry trade on one. Now we don't really have the ingredients we need for that because we need to have that inverse relationship with the indices, and we don't right now. So, but yeah, euro and shorts, dollar yen and longs until they're not anymore. Okay. All right. So what do we got going here? VIX nowhere. All right. Ground beef at Kroger. Right. Barcode. Ground beef at Kroger. So we'll see what's the indices doing here. So defending those 20 points. Defending those 20 points. Congrats if you got that. That was a nice entry. That was a nice entry. Okay. All right. Any questions, guys? Thanks, Edward. All right. Any questions, anybody? Everybody good? Remember, we're in the clear for news. Keep an eye. Just keep it. Let's look again here real quick. I'll look real quick. Make sure that they haven't popped jolts back on there. Nope. So I guess we're not having it. Okay. I'm not going to argue. All right. Thanks, Amanda. All right. Any questions, anybody? Everybody good? Everybody good? Everybody good? All right. Exciting times. We got movement. We've got movement. All right. Thanks, everyone. Edward. I'm looking at Ed's name. Tyler, you got us?
Yes. Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll talk to you at noon.
Thanks, Aaron. All right, everybody. We have Zach coming on to trade New York with us today. So it's always a good time when Zach comes on. And what else? Oh, yeah, we have the swear jar It's $87 here, so we're getting close. We're getting mighty close here. So that has potential to be given away today. You got to stick around and be on stream to win that $100. I gotta see who won. I gotta double check in on GameStock and see who won last week. I didn't check and see. We gotta look into that. We're gonna step away here real quick and get Zach set up, and then we'll be back on in just a few minutes. So don't go anywhere. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with the man, the myth, the legend, the home run hitter, the prop firm killer, Zach Austin. What's up, baby?
What's up, man? What's going on?
Not too much, not too much. How you feeling about today's action heading into market open here?
I'm kind of like torn because the indices look like they can get a little bit of a leg up here, but I feel like for the last like month, I'm honestly like 3 months, but like especially this year so far, like what you think is going to happen typically doesn't happen. But I feel like we do have the recipe for a move higher here, so that's what I'm going to be looking for.
Okay, okay. You do you like any of the indexes more than the others right now?
Honestly, I like them all. Yesterday, I think a big whiff for me was in the Dow. I was looking for longs with relative strength above the previous day high, and I said that the target was like up towards like 49,500, and we got all the way there. It was a really big move. So the Dow and the Russell above the previous day high can easily get continuation, and as of right now, at least ES actually is fading a little bit, but NQ and up until 5 minutes ago, ES were above the previous day high. So if we can get all the indices in unison, I do think we have the potential for another move higher, potential trend day. We have nice targets, about 300 points up on NQ and ES, back to like the all-time high area, maybe beyond. And then as far as the metals go, let me just throw that on the screen quickly here. So we're in an interesting spot because we're getting a move up here. We're getting a move up here from silver and gold. However, if I throw on the hourly and then I throw on regular, keep in mind we're at like 87.7s. We're going to be gapping pretty close to the hourly 20 EMA, which from there I would expect some type of rejection. I'm not sure if it would fill the whole gap, but I would be looking for a short up here. And truthfully, this actually could be a potential swing entry up here. And so that's going to be my main focus as far as futures go for the day. Silver and then gold's kind of the same thing. Where if you look, we're getting a gap up. This one's a little bit stronger. We have a level around like 4,900. We're opening, or we're actually not open. We're at right now 4,950. So we're going to be kind of above it. So I'd be looking for some type of pop back under the opening print to short, and we do have a lot of room to the downside for the metals. So that's going to be the main focus for me, because I don't think it's going to be as simple as NQ and ES, just like dip, get back over the opening print and rip. As much as I would like it to be that simple, I don't think it's going to. If it happens right at the open and that's what we do, then I'll tip my cap and I'll probably miss that trade. But I would like just to see at least the first 30 minutes pass, maybe get a failure to the lower already at that point, be above the opening print and look to buy a pullback. I think one thing I was saying yesterday, which ended up being honestly a tricky day, because I always say things like we have to ask ourselves, is this a move or is this a trend? Is this an impulse or is this a trend? Because yesterday, for example, we rallied about 350 points or so, but we didn't get a pullback, right? I'm not going to count this as a pullback. This is a 1 5-minute candle that just kind of was a pause bar. We swept the previous lows, and we also had news right here. So even if you want to count that as a pullback, it's a tough entry because we had data at 10. So if you look, we ran from 25, call it 540s, up to 900, so about 360 points with zero pullback, like literally zero. So you have to say to yourself, is this a move or a trend? And for me, if that's all we saw, there's no trend yet, right? Because there's no pullback. A trend is composed of different, legs, different pieces, right? And so for me, I wasn't able to take a long in there just based on my personal rules. And then I said kind of by the time we got up here, I wasn't actually looking for the 5-minute 8 tag, because at that point I thought we were going to be a little bit too extended. So it was 5-minute 20. And I did look for a long in here. I ended up taking gold or silver instead, so I passed. But there was a level here, tagged the 5-minute 20s, ended up being like the only good entry, really, for the rest of the day, because we kind of were in a small little range the rest of the day. Maybe could have looked for a quick short down here. But ultimately, we spent the previous day, pretty much the majority of the day after the first 30 minutes in a very narrow, less than 100-point range or 100-point range or so. So I'm going to expect more upside, but I don't think it's going to be easy. And then, as I mentioned, the targets are up towards like 26 to 87s or so. Then what else we got? That's pretty much it. Kind of covered all the indices there. Um, I did have a few tickers. What was the other ticker here that I was looking at? So I have a few tickers on watch here. This one was looking much better. It still could be valid, but as I was writing the daily plan, we got about a 10% drop. So I wouldn't actually mind it here, Pterodyne, for a long. Initially, I was open to a short or a long because I figured if we did something potentially like SNDK where it popped up, got under the opening print, you can look for the shorts. Now at this point, I'm not going to look for a short. I'd only look for a long in here. I'd look for a dip to like the previous day high or just somewhere in that region because this is all-time high. So just somewhere down to here, back above the opening print, we'll look for a long. And now we do have nice targets here in the overnight highs around 310. So that is going to be kind of just long only. This is like least priority. It's more just like I want to observe. PayPal has gotten absolutely smoked. And throw this on. We're at a pretty key support here if you look, right? This weekly chart, kind of, this is kind of the IPO time. We kind of popped up, rejected, popped up, made a new high, rejected. And this kind of break was the start of that huge run in like 2018, 19, 20. And now we're kind of back down here. And if you look, we do actually have a small weekly gap that now is being filled. So this is the general spot, and I've had this area highlighted literally for months, if not years. And I said, if PayPal gets down here, which again, when it was up trading, whenever it was, wherever it was, it seemed like a long shot, and now it's seeming like it's not a long shot anymore because we're here. So I'd be looking for some type of climactic sell here, some type of really big dip, like a really fast, really big wick. So if in the first like 15 minutes we get down to like 40 and then get back over the opening print, I'd be looking for a long above there, targeting 47. And then it would be crazy, but a full gap fill. In the event that we stay under the opening print, I have no interest in longs. I'm also not going to short it, but just no interest. This is definitely more speculative. It's more like, okay, PayPal got to this zone that I've been marked out for months or years. Let me just see what happens today. So I might not take anything there. Next up is WDC. This is another strong name. I said I'm going to look for a gap above this 282 level or a retest at 275. One of those two, I'll look for entry. And targets $300. We've been having a pretty wide ADR. I mean, yesterday moved about $35, so we can get a big move, and we'll see. This is probably my favorite setup of the day, SNDK. This is still by definition a post earnings kind of narrative here. We had the initial sell, which really was just a daily EMA retest, complete rally back, now gapping to new highs. I'm not someone that looks at flow often, but I saw some crazy flow for next week calls way out of the money. Excuse me. And the one thing too I'll say is that a lot of people for a long time have been calling, a parabolic short on this name. And like it kind of did get a little bit of a short here, but that was more through earnings. So we'll see what happens. But hold on, I have to actually take a quick call. I'm going to finish that thought in 1 second.
No, you're good, man.
Okay, sorry.
You're good. Yeah, I can mute you too if you need. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Also, how about the news with SpaceX and XAI, the Elon Musk companies? Apparently, are going to merge. Should make for an interesting IPO. You can bet on Polymarket on the ticker, and I think the the ticker symbol SEX has a shot. It works, SpaceX, XAI.
All right, what I thought was an important call was an automated call, so that was a
bummer. No worries.
Anyway, so just finishing this thought real quickly. A lot of people have been calling for a parabolic short in this name. I am someone that always looks for those type of setups. However, I don't think the criteria has been met. I'm actually gonna make a video talking about like what the characteristics of a parabolic short or climactic long would be. Which parabolic short is looking to short from the upside to the downside. Climactic long is like when we have exhausted selling, looking to get that long. Kind of what PayPal's doing, sort of. But anyway, I don't think it's quite there yet. We need to see more gaps, more violent gaps. This has been pretty uniform. It's been a big, violent, strong move, but it's been pretty uniform up the daily EMA. So I'm starting to think that we can potentially get a blow off the top here within the next week or two. But again, these would be very expensive, so it'll be pretty speculative, and we shall see. That's all I got.
All right, all right. I dig it. I dig it. We got the indices seeing a bit of a pullback here. RTY holding up okay. Dow's making new lows on the overnight session here. Still got about 10 minutes till market open. NASDAQ just consolidating here around previous day's high. It's kind of done that the entire night or overnight pre-market session here. We opened, had a move up into yesterday's high and kind of just consolidated around that area. But I agree. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be as easy and straightforward. I think it could be a little tricky and choppy out of the gate here, but we shall see.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my thoughts, because we did get a violent move yesterday, and like I said, for the most part, there was no real trend. It was just an up move, and then we ended up having like a mini sell end of the day, but really nothing. So, especially looking at ES hasn't tested the hourly 20 since the flip back up, so that's sitting around 694s. So that'll be about a 25-point dip from here if it wants it. So ideally that doesn't happen, but I'm just kind of playing all scenarios in my head.
The level I'm watching that we made yesterday on NQ is at 25.922.25. We got that in the high at 949.5.
Yep.
This level here that you can see marked on my chart at 25.864 is just like it's like the little end of the day level there, that last half an hour. So it's not as strong as a level in my opinion. It would be something that I would still keep an eye on for reactions, but I'm more interested in us being over 25.922s for longs.
For sure. Yeah, and where that level is right there. So like I said to you in the past, I don't really mark those often, but because usually those pivots line up with like higher time frame EMAs. So basically right where that is where the hourly EMAs lie. So
okay.
That in my eyes too. So it's kind of the same thing, different viewpoint, but that in my eyes is kind of like the must hold area. Beneath there, I'd say no longs. I mean, truthfully today, I think we have the setup for the trend where we don't need to be aggressive with the long. I think if it wants to have a failure to go lower, like we could in theory try to snipe the low, but just wait for it to get back over the opening print above the previous day high, because like I said, we have plenty of room to the upside.
Yeah.
So
yeah, agree with you there. For sure.
Also not going to short today personally. If we do just fade this move, I'm going to let it just do it. I like to stay out of previous ranges, especially when counter trend. So, that's part of the reason why yesterday was a tough long for me, which is why I didn't do it. And so for me, I don't want to anticipate fading this move. And of course, you can make money up and down every single day. So, if we get something to flip later in the day, etc. However, at least for the immediate start of the day, no real interest in shorts. Like I said, it could pull back, but one thing I was saying yesterday to one of my friends I was speaking with is that sometimes you'll be like, oh, you know what, we're at 25,950 on the NASDAQ. I'm gonna look to long at 25,900, for example. Just because you're looking for a 50-point dip to long from doesn't mean it's necessarily a short, because you could be wrong. And so that was something that when I first started trading, I did a lot. I was like, oh, I want to long at 50 points lower. Let me just short until there. And then what ended up happening is I would get shaken out of the short, and then I wouldn't take the long. The long would work, and it was just it just messes you up completely. So
yeah, 100%. About the thumbnails. Hey, I did like them. Couple things. One, we don't just trade futures. You put on there about the futures live trading. So if you could switch that to like options and futures. And also I looked a little too like AI and you know, wasn't my best, you know. So maybe make me look more handsome with the AI instead of, I don't know. Maybe I can send you a better picture too.
Maybe it's not the AI. Maybe
You're probably right, bro. You're probably right. I am not aging like a fine wine, that's for sure. These this trading stress it gets to, you know. I gotta start taking care of myself here.
Yeah.
Our pets' heads are falling off. Ooh. You ever watch Dumber and Dumber? Please tell me you've watched Dumb and Dumber.
Well, a long time ago, not
Mhm.
anytime recently.
Oh
But yes.
man, so good.
I would potentially. I don't typically like doing it, but I potentially may throw on a short before market open here.
Yeah, we look to be kind of rejecting previous day high here. Wouldn't surprise me to see a spike down at open, but
Yeah, I was more so talking about gold, but also.
oh, okay, I gotcha.
A little toppy.
I haven't been. I'm like, I gotta keep gold on my chart more.
Yeah, honestly, like I said this the other day. I don't think it was on stream, but I would say this year, I would say 90% of my trades have been in silver and gold. For
Yeah, I
every
mean that's. I think
one
you're
I-
obviously just taking advantage of the hot names,
Oh,
I
yeah.
should say. You know,
Exactly.
names that are
Yeah.
getting a lot of movement, and I think a lot of people have agreed. People who have traded the Nasdaq would all
Mhm.
agree that the Nasdaq and ES action's been pretty
Yeah.
tricky the last few months.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm really trying to be good about like limiting my Nasdaq trades. Like yesterday, I did take a Nasdaq in the pre-market, and of course, I got stopped out. Then it exploded. Part of the reason why I didn't take the long, but like I've been really trying to limit my Nasdaq longs or just ideas in general until we break the previous all-time high with conviction. Just because it just seems like until we do that, there's just no rules. Like,
Mm-hmm.
we're just consistently flipping up, down, left, right. I mentioned it last stream, I know, but I said that the daily chart has had more daily flips than we've had in pretty much ever since I've started like trading.
Yeah, which is
shows
pretty
the
wild.
indecision
Yeah.
of the market. Yeah. But yeah. So what I think I want to see here is a quick spike up and a spike down for gold underneath like 49.18s. Silver could be potentially a little weaker, but again, the problem is how wide the stops need to be.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna take it now into the market, but I'm gonna be very aggressive at market open.
Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you about too. Which we got 3 minutes to market open here, so we can log in and I'll shut up. But I saw. Well, one, we can talk about how your vacation was, but I saw you caught some shorts poolside in Mexico, which is pretty sweet.
Yeah.
I know not as big as you wanted them to be.
No, it was an epic fumble on gold and silver. It was just, yeah. Like the gold trade, I put in about 6K. I wouldn't have held till like the mega dump the next day, and like I'm like accepting that. But the first day, if I just held another 30 minutes, it would have been like $20,000 more.
Oh damn.
Which was real bad. But I was literally on my phone and like I was at like a brunch where like someone was doing a speech. I'm like, what do I do? Like, so I just closed it all. And then silver, like I've been waiting for that move. Obviously, that was way
Yeah,
bigger
we
than I
talked
thought,
about
but
that.
I've been
Yeah.
waiting- yeah, I've been waiting for that type of move for weeks. I was waiting for it, and that fit the criteria of that climactic, short, that parabolic short that I was looking for. And I actually did have options for it, but I closed them at break even, which was brutal. And it would have been crazy. So that was literally like a once in a lifetime day, though. So I can't get too mad. Yes, I had the idea, but I saw something again. I think I said it yesterday to my mastermind people, but I don't know how true it is. It's from an account that I saw that is credible, but they said the probability of silver doing what it did and gold doing what it did the same day, like wiping out that much market cap, basically like it was like more than like the whole UK. It was the equivalent to getting struck by lightning, winning the lottery, and doing that 10 times.
That's wild.
So, yeah. So we shall see if that ever happens again. But all right. So at open, I would be looking potentially for SNDK longs. WDC, not quite. Pterodine, probably I'll pass for now. I'll give it a second. And then I would look for gold shorts underneath 49.18s. I have a list. So we shall see, guys.
876.
Pterodine still could work, but it's a lot funkier now. So. WDC's trying to break level, but it didn't gap over it. So that's the key thing. It didn't gap over it. Gold's also above the hourly 20, while silver's below. So we shall see how that looks as well.
All right. So we got ES, nice strong bar here. NQ trying to put in a wick after selling into the level at 922s here.
These SNDK calls are so expensive. Oh my gosh. The SNDK weekly, okay, so like 3-day expiration or whatever, $900 calls or $160.
Jeez.
This Pterodine is setting up though. I'm looking at calls here, guys. We did get the dip back above the opening print. It's definitely a little bit funkier, so I'm going to size a little bit smaller here. They're also really expensive.
NQ kind of showing as the weakest index right now. Everything else pushing higher. It is not. The Dow's taking off super crazy bar. And these bars at market open sometimes are nuts.
I know.
NQ stays weak. Wow. Yeah, starting to fade.
Pterodine is setting up, but it's just spready and expensive.
At this point, it looks like we're coming for the overnight opening print.
This is what I wanted to see on Pterodine, the dip back above the opening print, but like I said, it's just very expensive. And it's spready more than the expensive part. I mean, obviously the expensive part is not good, but like the 280 calls, I would have to go weekly expiration. 280 weekly calls are like $500. Granted, if we get to the overnight highs, they'll be like a 5x, but
Things are definitely pretty volatile right now, so everybody make sure you're proceeding with a little bit of caution here.
or YOLO, whatever you like.
Yeah, well, you know, whatever floats your boat. I'm not your mother. I'm not going to stalk you.
So PayPal actually kind of did a little bit of the dip back above the opening print vibe. If these are cheap enough, it could be worth a lotto, like a mega lotto. Let's see. They are actually cheap enough to do it. Wow. The $45 calls are 0.55. I don't love doing so many lottos, but
All right, NQ into 25,864s here. It was kind of the lower level we were keeping an eye on. We have filled the gap.
I think I'm gonna have to pass on Teradyne now. PayPal can definitely work. I'm looking right now. The premiums are like 0.5 for the 45s. If it does hit level, there'll be a 4x. I'm not sure if I'm gonna take them yet, but pretty big dipper there on NASDAQ. Dang, that WDC just ripped. No pullback, no retest, no nothing.
Is Gonza. 6 minutes, just 6 minutes in, ladies and gentlemen. You don't need to rush anything crazy. Like we said pre-market, if we are going to make the move higher, we got lots of room above.
Yeah, we did actually sweep those previous day highs there on NASDAQ and ES, which is not great.
Yeah. ES did too, huh? Yeah. What?
NASDAQ's at the hourly area, which I mean, ES does still have a little bit more room, so we'll see. But
There was originally news scheduled for 10 a.m., but I heard Aaron say that they pulled it off the calendar. So
interesting.
I forget what it was. Jolts, I think it was.
Pretty nasty dip so far.
Mm-hmm.
7 minutes in, and the highs there, 120 points.
Well, I am holding up the best here. R2Y starting to reject a bit.
Definitely. Definitely. Teradyne for sure was the play, and it's set up perfectly. I was looking at around the 260 marker. Just the contracts were too spready for me to take it because reversing, you get whacked. It was perfect though. I mean, the contracts were cooperating. That was the play.
Yeah, it's always annoying.
It's still possible we can buy a pullback later depending on what we do, but we'll see. Not overly rushing. I really don't mind this PayPal.
Yeah, you gonna dive in?
Yeah, because like the thing is, I've been trying to do less lotto trades, but or like cheaper premium, but this is a bit different because it's a post earnings trade, and the post earnings trades have different like kind of rules and criteria.
Yeah, Palantir had the big gap. I don't know why my gut's telling me to put on a SPY long. I don't know why. Do it. I can't tell if it's the angel or the devil trying to tell it to me though.
I mean, ESF looks better than NASDAQ. Wow, the Dow just ripped.
Dow's cooking.
Damn. I was looking at that 601 level retest and then it just, in a blink, just ripped higher.
Let's see here. SPY filling gap. We got to bounce back in the opening print, but rejecting the opening print right now. NQ did not give us that little bounce that ES, and R2Y kind of is looking strong now here too.
I'm very much considering an SMDK long if we dip a little bit more. It popped up dipping now, looking to fill the gap, essentially retest previous highs, 5-minute 8. The problem is the contract, but contract aside, this is the entry. Got an alert on app. I actually set this alert this morning. What this alert is breaking last week low, which the weekly flip to the downside and broke last month. So essentially we have room down to 405 to 400 here. Definitely one of the weaker names recently. I'm not going to take it here just yet on the impulse, but I just kind of wanted to be notified of that.
So is that isn't it now something that's going to be on watch for you?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. The only problem is it has earnings soon, but it could be a play for this week, so we'll see.
Oh, there's the opening print rejection.
Oh,
that just got a little ugly.
NASDAQ said no, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Or didn't even say thank you, just said no. We are down to the hourly 8 here, so if we lose this on ES, we go to the hourly 20, which is kind of what I said earlier, which I'm afraid of, which is about 10, 11 points lower from here, which, you know, would be tough because the NASDAQ at that point would look real bad, even with ES kind of support. And this is kind of what I said earlier as well. Just because we want to buy lower doesn't mean to short. Like, I think just, you know, if you were to short at the open, like, sure, you could short at the open, but that's like a coin flip in my opinion. So.
Zach, when you walked away for your phone call, I was talking about the SpaceX and XAI merger before the IPO.
Yeah.
Elon, he's always up to something.
He's scheming always.
Mm-hmm. That's a great way to put it. That man is a schemer.
He is. I mean, he's a brilliant one, but
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure what I want to do here. I don't want to chase a short, so I'd like to, if we can rally back above the open and stuff here, we'll see. Or even some pretty ugly first 15-minute close.
it sounds so ridiculous, and because it is ridiculous. But I'm looking at the next week $1,000 calls for SDK.
Let me pull it up.
I'm looking at the option chain. Pretty much every $20 it moves, which is a lot, but not a lot. It'll move about 20% up. In theory, if it 800 is I think an area it can get to this week. If it gets there, 1,675. If it gets there, the contracts can go about 3 to 4x. So I think I'm going to take a stab here at around 275 for the next week. 1,000 sounds weird.
I know. I'm like, it was so funny. I went to option strikes and it went to all. I'm scrolling down looking for the 1,000 strike. I'm looking, and it's like the second to last one.
Yeah,
That's funny. But I mean, I feel what you're saying.
yeah. The contracts are just so expensive, but
yeah, that is crazy. Something that's like $300 out of the money.
yeah. So the idea is, it's crazy how the money can play. I want the exposure here, but I don't want to put a lot of premium at risk. Basically, if we can reverse this and we hold right here at this level, which we're at, so if we hold here and we can reverse us back over the opening print, we have the potential to move to like 740. We're already, the contracts will be up very nicely. And then, you get 1 or 2 more days up, and we'll be in good shape. There will be a hard stop on this for me if I get a daily close. This kind of doesn't sound right, but a daily close under the hourly 8 EMA. So basically like under 650 or lower. So that's the idea. Very crazy. I did also see, a lot of option flow coming in, which I don't base my entire decisions off of. However, again, the last 2 days, right? So we have the earnings day, which gave us the expanded daily range, right? So the last 2 days with earnings was that was a crazy range. That was $150. Not going to be banking on that. But yesterday's range was 585 to 675. That's a $90 range. So let's just say, knock on wood, low is in here at 665s. We can get up to maybe 750s if possible, right? If the market starts to turn around, maybe. So first stop is VWAPs, next stop OP, and then break that first 5-minute high, and then we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on ES SPY. If we can get above the opening print, maybe give us some sort of 2-minute pullback that gives us a potential higher low. Might try a little something. I gotta close this window real quick. I'll be right back. Oh. And it's 13 degrees. But it was so warm up in my office. I opened the window. It's starting to get a little chilly, and I think I might immediately regret it.
Damn, the Pterodine did kind of pull back, but took entry in SDtv. So
What's up, 734 Angel? If you've been on, obviously Zach was just talking about a swing trade on, what was it? SN key.
yeah, SNDK SanDisk.
SNDK.
Very out the money, but you have two options. You can either get some exposure out the money, or you can, let's just see, just for fun. Next week, call it $750 strike, which is, so let's do 775, which is $100 out the money. Those are about $2,300.
Yeah, that's wild. That's so expensive.
And then the problem with this one, which I actually did a couple weeks ago, but it makes it tough. If you do a debit spread, because the spreads themselves of the contracts are very wide, it makes it hard to get filled on a debit spread. Because like the bid ask will show like the bid usually like negative because of how wide the spread is, so it's tough. So, you know.
And Angel, I don't know how long you've been on, but I'm keeping an eye on SPY longs, but I want to see something kind of specific here. And one of those things specifically would be above the opening print. We're kind of rejecting VWAP right now on SPY.
Yeah, I mean, it seems as long as NASDAQ's weak, I'm not sure if we can get any legs in ES.
Yeah, exactly. The NQ weakness doesn't excite me either.
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to the long there. That's part of the plan, despite, you know, but I've just been saying how tricky it's been, you know, Exhibit A right here.
Yeah, I mean, the Dow and RTY showing their strength has me hoping that ES and NQ can catch up. But I feel like when NQ gets really weak, it tends to drag us down. Eventually, it might take a little bit, but
yeah.
So we'll see if it can quit being a baby back bitch. Square jar, $89. Got $11 to go, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody's gonna win $100. Let's go. Book breakdowns, AP.
I guess the new meta is just long the Dow at the open every day. Every time, me and Dow have this relationship where I'm like, you know, the Dow does look good. It does have room. Anytime I say that, it just goes like 700 points.
It does. It is like one of those names. It's like, though, if you don't, you almost have to take like pre-market if you're gonna trade future, because like when it takes off, it just takes off. And sometimes it will, I don't know, it gives you crazy wicks too. It's a love-hate relationship for me.
Yesterday it literally moved, I think, like 750 points.
Yeah, which is wild.
Let's see, from the low of the day, it was at 848,813. It got to 600. So yeah, basically 800 points.
Yeah, and if you're trading minis, you're talking $5 a contract.
Yeah. So, I mean, but I will say, when the Dow moves, it does move. So.
ES and NQ still look ugly. 5 minute. Yeah, it looks like SPY. Yes, just gonna break new lows here. NQ just broke new lows.
Thank you.
So no longer real interested in longs. Time being.
Yeah.
I haven't like really looked at the gold chart. I know it like sold off like 30% or something crazy, but I haven't
Yeah.
really looked at. I'm looking at the hourly with the extended hours turned off right now, and what a
Oh, it's
crazy looking chart.
Yeah, it's really nuts. That's why, like, you know, I've been really doing most of my future trading at night because there's so much volatility. However, it's not so violent where you can't like take reasonable
Mm-hmm.
trade. You know, like I've been coming into the day most days, like the next day with kind of my futures almost wrapped up for the most part, which is something that I've been very against for a long time, just trading. Yes, but an opportunity
When
strikes.
gold gives you lemons.
Yeah. All right, we're really fading now on ES. I think it's inevitable now for that hourly 20 to come into play,
Mm-hmm.
which we're pretty, I mean, we're like 4 points away from it right now. But the problem becomes the NASDAQ, where do we go? You know, do we just hold because of ES or
Yeah, I don't know. Right now it's
what's the play?
getting pretty ugly, looking like it wants to erase yesterday's move.
If we get an hourly close under the 20 EMA on ES, I'm probably just going to be done for the day because at that point, there's just nothing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there we go. We just tagged it basically there.
I don't know. What do I want to do? What do I want to do?
Computer's charging.
Looking through the prediction markets on Robinhood, and they got esports. I don't know how you say this. Mouz, Mouz versus FaZe, which I'm assuming is like the FaZe Banks person, or is that his name?
Yeah.
And it's 99 cents to 1 cent. Apparently,
Wow.
that's a juggernaut of a matchup there.
Yeah.
You ever pay attention? I know you like to game a little bit. You ever pay attention to esports?
Not really. No, I mean, there's like certain like guys like I'll watch on YouTube or streamers and stuff like that occasionally, but not really like the competitive side like that.
Winter Olympics. Who's gonna win the most gold medals or most total medals? Come on, baby. Norway's the money. You know what? I like, gotta put some money on my America right there. Let's go.
In this market, I'm like literally like asking myself like, when are we gonna break out of this range? What's it gonna take to break us out of this range? Like, let me throw in QQQ.
Yeah, for real.
Like, if you just look at this QQQ chart on the daily, no levels, no nothing.
Mm-hmm. You can see a clear area where we keep just rejecting over and over. Rally, reject, rally, reject.
Exactly. Like, we're in this crazy range for all of November, all of December, all of January, start of February, and a portion of November, right? So, well, I
Attaboy,
should say,
Ethan.
excuse me, a portion of October. So it's like I don't know what needs to happen to break, and it just like feels like the only other time I remember something similar was, I believe, in 2023. Maybe it was 2022. No, it was somewhere. Okay, I think it was actually here. This was a slight like uh, decline here, but I remember like we kept trying to make new highs and it kept failing. So not really the same, honestly. This is really kind of a one of a kind thing. This just really, really narrow range, not necessarily going too much up or down here. It's I mean, there's really no other words besides just brutal.
Mm-hmm. Ain't that the truth?
Because the issue with me here, I mean, obviously we could just reverse the whole move and just continue to dump, and then at that point, I've tipped my cap. But like as far as reversals go, we have no levels. We've knifed through my EMAs, so for me, I have really no points to long from, which is why I said I'm not really interested in longs underneath the opening print. But again, with that being said, it's like, what do you do? Do you try to short after we've already dropped 300 points in the Nasdaq in 30 minutes? We dropped whatever it is, 40 points plus on ES. Like, now do you short? Probably not.
Yeah.
And then the problem is, if we do get some type of pop, aka pullback, that now it's like, okay, at any point we in theory could bottom. So do you want to short a lower high? And that's like a personal question. So I guess we'll just wait and see. Got an alert for gold. No, not quite yet. Gold needs to break 49.17. So it needs. There's app breaking a little bit lower as well.
R2I and the Dow both starting to fade a little bit as well. I mean, R2I faded pretty dang hard. Dow's still holding up the best, but also starting to fade.
Yeah.
I said it earlier, when the Nasdaq wants to be a baby bag bitch, it likes to pull us down.
Yeah. Days like this is like, just like the biggest, I would say, piece of advice is just don't feel like you need to be a hero and like, do something crazy, don't feel like you need to snipe the dead bottom. Don't feel like you got to short under the previous lows, especially in these market conditions. Quite literally anything could happen. Everything is on the table. But we could, I wouldn't be surprised if at this point we go to the QQQ, we swept previous day high. We're only about what, $1 now, a little bit more, about like $1.90, $2 away from previous day low. So I wouldn't be surprised if we sweep both of them and then end up rallying from there, or just maybe chopping the rest of the day. So we shall see.
Oh, baby. Get him, killer. Well, definitely wasn't the angel on my shoulder telling me to long spy, so that's glad to have avoided.
Yes.
Ethan, it's that after hand surgery, man, them fingers, they're nimble, catching them trades, baby. Why I'm trying to hold at VWAP. NQ down exactly 1% here. ES is down 0.4%. Dow's small green on the day. RTY is up almost 60%.
Yeah, it's just sit back and wait.
35 minutes in the market open here.
Feels like hours.
Yeah.
So this is basically like, I was talking about this in the pre-market. This is kind of the reverse of what happened yesterday. So yesterday we had a big move up, really no pullback, and this is pretty much the opposite. We have now a really big move down, with no pullback. And I'm not someone that likes to try to get a 2-minute entry unless there's been a strong trend. And again, this is not yet a strong trend. This is a strong move, not a strong trend.
It's new lows there on ES and NQ.
Yeah. I wonder what like individual names, if any, are super weak. Let's see.
Jeez, everything just went freaking.
Let me see my.
When I looked earlier, it's kind of mixed. I just went back to like the market watch, the visualized heat map, and it was just like switched to red.
A lot of like growth down like 4 to 8%. Nothing like too big down though. AVGO, I would say the biggest, down 3%. It was also up, so that was a pretty big reversal there. AMD at 1.6. I mean, a lot of names actually. Amazon down 1.4. I mean, they're not down like too much here.
Gold seeing a strong buy right now. Sort of room up above on VIX too. And we got room below still, so we'll see though, we'll see. For me to want to consider short, we'd have to like rally back to VWAP and give some sort of lower high.
Yeah, that's my problem. Is that's 100 plus points. So at some point we could say the bottom is in.
Yeah.
But obviously not quite yet. But that's my struggle always is when we have a huge move, just like yesterday. Yesterday I think there was like one good entry for a continued long.
Yeah.
And then we basically chopped the rest of the day.
Yep. Yeah, you just look at that hourly chart. You got a giant first hourly bar and then a bunch of tiny little ones. In comparison.
So like we had the one 5-minute bar on the NASDAQ that like was green, which technically was a little bit of a pullback, right? However, at that point, that's like right near the hourly EMAs, and so for me, I can't short into that based on my rules. So if I'm going to pass on that, then that's the only entry that there could have been.
Oh man, I had a hockey game that last night that didn't start till 10 o'clock. Sleepy today. Stinks, man. With the weather, the men's league team I'm playing for, they canceled the games a week, and so we had our semifinals last night, which were supposed to be the week before. So our championship will be next week when I'm on vacation. Well, I'm gonna have to miss it. Doing me dirty.
Yeah, it stinks.
QQQ. Yep, all the way down. We didn't quite tag yesterday's open, but we're a couple ticks away from yesterday's open.
Yeah.
So completely erasing yesterday's strong move up.
Yeah. Which again, for me, is like something I can never plan for personally. You know, I can't go into the day and be like, okay, we have a strong bar. Let me just look for a full reversal.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if that happens, you tip your cap. I don't think these are high probability moves at all. So it's like not something I would even really consider. Yeah, I think if this day, if this day happens 10 times, maybe this scenario happens like once or twice, which for me is like not ever worth it.
Down RTY, giving it up now more. Just doesn't look like any buyers are going to be stepping up here, at least
Yeah.
right now.
Again, I can't short here, so therefore, I do nothing. Sometimes I like literally put my hands like on my side, like under me, because like if I'm gonna go try to do something, I would have to like do it quickly, and then I can like catch myself if I feel like a little antsy here, you know. Because as of now, at least there's really nothing to do. Ooh. And you could say, you know, a win is maybe staying out of certain trades that you were contemplating that you didn't take that would not work, you know. So just kind of take a positive away time. And I think a lot of people, which is also like my struggle as someone who like signals is, you know, obviously people want trades, they want action, they want excitement, but just the reality is not every day is meant for that. You know, not every day is meant just to fire away. And I feel like I try to like force trades, which I've been much better with lately. But especially when I first started, it's like on a day like today, what are we supposed to really do?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, definitely. Even with like I don't even really give alerts or signals, but just like being on stream and trying to make make it more entertaining or whatever it may be.
Yeah, I mean, even just talking about the market. Well, we're going down. We're continuing to go down, and we're still going down.
Yeah.
Oh, look, we're continuing. Yeah, we're going down even more. Well, we did actually just tag yesterday low on Q. So, I said that earlier that I wouldn't be surprised to sweep the previous highs and lows. Maybe we bounce from here, maybe we fade. Who knows, right? For me, if we start having action that's outside of my kind of plan and rules and mindset, kind of like everything's off the table, right? So if we have a move that it's just kind of go without saying. If we have a nice reversal bar and then reverse the reverse, it's like, okay, now what? Like, what are you gonna do with that information? So, which kind of emphasizes my whole concept of how terrible the Nasdaq has been to trade this year.
Yeah.
Really, really bad. If I wasn't trading gold and silver, I probably wouldn't have gotten any payouts the last 2 months, to be honest with you. I think my win rate on Nasdaq has been like sub 50%.
That's valid. Yeah.
Yeah. And also, like, for me too, like the way I trade futures is much more like of a scalp mentality, not like crazy. I still look for like decent amounts, 15, 25, 30, 40 plus points. It's not like I'm in there for a couple points getting out. But even then, I'm very particular with where I take my entry, and I know pretty much right away for the most part if I'm right or wrong. And even so, I've been more wrong than right probably with the Nasdaq.
But even that as a trader is a skill in and of itself, where it's when you can notice something that you're used to trading isn't behaving, how it typically is. But then there's this other asset that is being really trendy and presenting a lot of opportunity. So I'm going to switch from, the thing I'm used to trading maybe more often to this asset that's showing more opportunity right now.
Exactly.
Like that is a skill in and of itself for sure.
I'm actually watching the Dow here. If we can
it is interesting. I agree.
Above the previous high. If this 2-minute bar, which is the 5, can close above this previous high, I think I'm going to take it. Because that would close above the previous high, it would close above level, and would close above VWAP.
Yep.
So I think for me, that's enough. The only problem is it's a little bit wide of a stop, like 90 to 100 points. So you'd have to probably size down a little bit, like micros. But I think it's still valid. Definitely some relative strength compared to ES and Q current candle. So if we don't get, I would say a close above like 49,615s for me would be the entry that I would take. Otherwise, I'm going to wait. The 2-minute hasn't quite flipped yet, so that probably happens above that area as well. So we'll see.
Yeah, and if you're not familiar with the Dow, if you would trade the micro YM futures, they're 50 cents per contract. So 100-point stop, you're talking $50 per contract.
A lot more mild, which is good.
Yeah, and then the minis are $5.
Even the minis are not bad. I would like, that's kind of the threshold for me where I would like consider like going down is usually like $400 to $500 of risk. So like I would in theory do like one mini, but
do you prefer that over doing 10 micros and having like the ability to scale out?
For the Dow, I probably would go micros, like 10 or 8 or 9. But like if I'm trading the Nasdaq, for example, the way I trade is very much just like kind of sniper entries in and out.
Yeah.
So I usually don't really hold runners much.
Okay, so just using minis wouldn't be that big of a deal.
I usually use a mini, or again, if I can't use a mini, I'll use let's say 5 micros, but then I typically won't like hold. I'll just
exit full. Yeah, I agree. I like leaving runners on it for some reason when the micros only move 50 cents. Sometimes I've done it. I'm just like 50 cents. It can move a lot. Don't get me wrong, but it's still just.
That's my mentality where it's like if I feel like I should hold, then like I'll just hold. If I feel like let me get rid of some, that's I should just exit and I'll look for a new entry completely. Because again, especially I mean even with the micro or two on the Nasdaq, like yes it could be impactful, but you also need a much bigger move. So it's like you have to ask yourself, is that worth it? Is that worth your time? Looking for that big move. The answer could be yes, could be no, who knows? But so now a little bit more strength immediately in the Nasdaq, but I'm still watching the Dow. Even if it takes to the hourly close, which is the 15-minute close, even if it takes to that, I still think there's potential.
Yeah, I mean, if ES and NQ want to get going here, you got R2Y and YM both above you op, so you would think they would see some strength as well.
It would be so nasty if we swept previous highs, got all the breakout traders, swept previous lows, got all the breakdown traders, and then closed the day green.
Yeah, we'll just close at the opening print.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, listen, there's nothing stopping it in theory from dropping another couple hundred points. So because Nasdaq, the overnight lows still weren't tested from yesterday, which I'm not sure if they will or not. But QQQ was. That's why I like to chart the both. I like to see the Qs because the Nasdaq overnight lows were from Sunday, so it like really wasn't a true depiction of what was going on yesterday. But I mean, we really don't have much support till down there. There's maybe a small gap to be filled. 616.5s on Qs. Who wants it? So.
Oh, chat, has anybody been following the Molt bot stuff? It was the Claude bot. That was the Molt bot.
I heard it was all fake.
All that like the social network thing?
Yeah. Which like I was kind of like all for the AI crabs, but
yeah.
Apparently it's like a human like behind it all.
It to be honest with you, it seems like it because it's like so like everything that's coming out from it is like too perfect in terms of like comedy and
that's
like
my thoughts.
Them making what do they call what a Molt hub, which is like the porn hub for AI bots and like all the like if they were actually doing it, that's actually one of the wildest, funniest things ever. But it does feel I agree like that's coming from actually a human, but.
Yeah, some of it was a little bit too, I think, like theatrical. I think,
and if it's real, then it's wild.
Yeah, because like, I mean, again, obviously it could be wrong or whatever, but like one of the things I think you probably have seen it was like one of someone's identity got like leaked. Like the credit card wasn't a real credit card, and you have to imagine like whoever that is probably like in on it in some way, right? Like,
yeah.
You think.
Yeah.
Because I think if people really thought it was real, I think people would be like freaking out.
Like shut this thing down.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know.
There's new lows on ES and NQ. We got 6 minutes to the first hourly close.
It's getting a little bit nasty though.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, even for like non-futures trading, when you have the indices behave like this, it's like I don't even really want to put on a lot of risk on like options. Like, I'd rather like just size really small and just
Hold.
see what we can get.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you had to get in pretty early on yesterday on the longs and today on the shorts, but
Yeah.
if you were right in your direction, you held it well. You didn't need to be sized very big, I'm sure.
The YM just popped here. I am going to be watching this for a long. I might be a little bit aggressive here. I'm watching the 2 minute. If the 2 minute flips, I'm going to take it, which is looking like it. As I said that, it flipped, it popped.
Snap, crackle, pop.
I'm watching here, guys.
Still no entry.
I'm debating it right here. 100-point stop. The hourly close also is in like 3 minutes here.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'm gonna wait for this 2 minute bar. But I do really like it. Because figure even just like, let's say entry here, stop, whoop. I like it. I like it a lot. Target up here.
I just muted my mic and I did the Lloyd Christmas. I like it a lot. So I probably just looked like an absolute psychopath. No sound, just intimidating.
Wait for this 2 minute close. I'm very much so considering, guys.
Imitating, that's the word I was looking for, not intimidating.
All right, guys, I just took it there. Entry at 20. It's definitely a bit more aggressive. You have to size down a little bit. Stop's going to be at 520. James 5 can be a little bit higher. 530, it shouldn't get down there. So you need micros here. Definitely a little bit early of an entry, which I'm okay with, just because of this 2 minute candle here, the 2 minute flipping. So risk here, if you were to have a mini, would be about $450. Stops 30. Definitely not a great start. I'm risking about 300 here. So definitely not a great look, but the hourly's closing here, so let's see what we can do.
See, bank was strong. Saw a pullback here. Let's see if it can hold some strength. Should be good for YM.
So that's the hourly close.
Yeah, got the hourly close. VIX is seeing a little pullback here finally. Kind of.
It's back over VWAP, basically back over. I was trying to get the back test of VWAP as entry. That's why I was trying to snipe. Obviously, it faded a bit more here, so now we get back over, basically back over our entry. We can confirm back over our entry. We should be okay. Maybe a little bit market dependent. Hopefully the Nasdaq and ES don't make new lows right away, but
Mm-hmm.
we'll see.
Yeah, I'd like to see them rally a little bit with it.
Yeah. But the good news is like even after like a pretty harsh 2 minute bar, like normally you see that on like the Nasdaq, you're like, oh, like hold your breath, but like realistically, it's like $100, not even on the
Mm-hmm.
Dow, even if you're using a mini. But yeah, my threshold's roughly around like 60 to 80 points, depending on the setup and how much I like it for a mini. Once you start getting over like 80, 90 points, you probably have to size down a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to based on your drawdown, but it's probably just the best bet. If anyone entered 10 seconds after me, you'd in theory be up.
Yeah, much better entry.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Bro, my brother-in-law is a nasty mofo.
Right.
He sent me a Snapchat and I open it. It's just his clipped toenail. He's got these giant ass fat toes. It's freaking. That's what he's sending me on Snapchat. That's what I had to open up and look at. You nasty mofo, Matthew.
So it seems like we're rejecting that VWAP still, which is definitely not ideal. Need a stronger close. I feel good if we get a 5-minute close above like 605s. Because I could set up a 5-minute 1, 2, 3. If we start fading, then we probably will get stopped. Yeah, if this candle doesn't reverse here, this 2-minute bar, then we'll probably get stopped. If we do fail this, which knock on wood, but then I'm definitely only sticking to gold and silver for a while. Because like the thing is, I could have waited for the hourly close, but also if I did, it could have rocketed. So I was hoping for that back test. Because the problem is, if we did rip up to like 650, 660s, the R to R isn't there. So I was looking for that back test of the 2-minute VWAP, which we got, and so I got it, and we just unfortunately bled through it. So. Close that stop basically underneath that previous low. I like to give it a little bit of wiggle room, but not too much. So if in theory we do fade here, so okay, we just got stopped. But what I was saying is if we do fade through here, the 5 minute would flip to the downside, and then we likely do go further down. So they get stopped there, 300 or so. Give it a try. This is what I like to do. If I'm gonna take a entry, I like to do it at like trend shifting areas, and in this sense, I'm like hoping for the hold. Right, we looked for the 2 minute flip, which we ended up getting. It completely failed, and then that failure is leading to potentially the 5 minute to go down. As we did that, NQDS did kind of put in a mini lower high. Still no real trend, but I gave it a shot. So now I'm gonna definitely just be holding off, most likely. Still watching gold and silver, but unsure if they do give us any type of entry. So I'll continue to watch there, but. Get this Dow off my screen now.
I know it's like it's the 5 minutes looking kind of annoying. Like
Yeah.
I don't know, we got that lower wick there. It's starting to kind of give us another one. I don't know.
The 15 minute 20 was sitting there at like 10s, which I saw,
Mm-hmm.
but I would have to put my stop underneath that, and at that point it's just like too wide. I would have to go like just like 2 or 3 micros, which there's no point. So, but the thinking is, if we do now at any point get back over 620s, we can then look for another long. But I'm also like not overly interested in even looking for any more in there, truthfully, because the Dow did have the relative strength, and that's the main reason why I liked it. So we lost that again. We could get it back, and we could just be kind of in a gnarly like mini range here. But at the same time, it's like, is that what I want to trade? Not sure. Not sure. Actually, just do this real quick. So it's looking like it may actually want to hold here, but for FOMO purposes, I'm gonna definitely get off my screen. I just want to put a little recap there in the chat. I mean, it would have. It wasn't like a stop hunt per se to get like 20 points underneath the stop, so that's fine. Hold alert. But I'm probably not going to see or do anything else. Honestly, gold and silver just kind of chopping. I took my stab on the Dow. If it ends up working, from here, so be I can maybe look for entry. Probably not, but took the small risk on in SNDK. The other stuff like kind of worked, but no real true entry. I mean, we can make the case WDC now could be the entry. We did pop up. Now we just retested the 275 level, also the hourly 8. Probably does like a 15-minute or hourly setup later in the day for an entry, so I could probably look for that. But other than that, probably not going to do too much. Let the market do what it wants to do. So.
Maurice in the Discord asked any insights why the market went down after being positive before opening hours. Even Palantir went back after the good earnings. Any news reported that affected the market today? I don't know if Maurice is on our stream or not, but I don't think there was any news, Maurice. I mean, just sometimes things fail. I mean, there was more sellers hitting the bid than buyers hitting the ask is what it comes down to, and sometimes it just happens. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I would say like that is also something, that mindset. And again, not
if you need to know why, like you don't need to know why every move happens.
Exactly. That trying to figure out like the why behind the market often is like the toughest part. Like I could say right now, like why did that Dow stop us out? Where it's like, okay, sometimes it just fails,
Mm-hmm.
Like I always like to say, if I enter a trade, I want to know either exactly why it failed, which typically is like me breaking my rules or doing something I shouldn't have, or it's, I have no idea why it failed. In that case right now, what just happened, the only thing I could maybe have said is waited for the hourly close. But again, if I waited for the hourly close, we could have retested VWAP and then gotten that impulse candle to the upside, and then there we go, missed the trade. So I was willing to take the risk because I wasn't really doing much and just failed. I think sometimes if you overthink it, you get like that analysis paralysis, and then you just fall in a bad spot.
Yeah, and if you ask 10 different traders, you'd get 10 different answers potentially. Like, oh, it was because of this order block, or it was because of this level, or it's because of this EMA, or is this? It's like a billion different people are looking at 100 different 1,000 different things, and they all have their own reasoning behind them, right? But when it comes down to it, it's just the bid and ask who's more aggressive. And we ask yourself, why is that? Who knows why big money and algorithms and all these other things are doing what they're doing. You'll never know actually why.
If people catch the trade, they know exactly what happened. Exactly, right?
Yes.
If they don't catch the trade, they don't. But again, at the same time, it's like even myself, like where, last week I've been calling for silver. I've been, I even was like, I'm looking for silver around like 115, right, to short. Got pretty much right there. I am the first one to tell you, like, I would never have thought we dropped 30% in one day. I was looking for like a 10 to 12% sell off, which still would have been monstrous. 35, 30, whatever. No way anyone could predict that. So.
And like after the fact, that was one of those moves. Like I know Aaron was talking about it a little bit, and I didn't listen to his whole thing really in depth, but he said based off of a couple different things that there was some purposeful rug pulling of the metals there because of they don't actually have enough of silver. So if like people were coming in and wanting to claim that silver, right, they don't actually have enough of it to give. So there was like some actual fundamental mechanics to that. So it's one of those things you might be able to kind of figure out a why, but I just don't think that's necessarily a thing that you need to try to be figuring out all the time.
And another thing too that I heard, more than like a lack of metal, which again could have been the case, I'm not saying no, but one thing that I also heard was that apparently in the marketplace, the dealers weren't like respecting the current market price. Like people were coming in and they're like, no, like I don't care what that's worth. Like we're not paying you that much. Like, then they were trying to undercut by 20-30%. So at the end of the day, right, because of the way silver works, there's the tangible portion and then the digital portion. So if there's a difference in that, something has to change. Either the market has to catch up or the asset has to catch down, and it seems like that could have been some type of response as well, because it's just like someone was explaining it in like terms of Bitcoin. If Bitcoin was tangible, like you can go into a store and a store can deem that Bitcoin worth less than it actually is. It would be stupid to do so, and it wouldn't make sense. However, like the price action of silver hasn't made sense, and I guess that's why the dealers were doing that. But also looking at my screen now, I'm happy that at least
avoid
So tried, but no days. maybe from here you can look for the long at the hourly 8, right? But you start trying to figure out, oh, you can do this, this, this. It's like it's not clear.
Yeah.
Just stay away.
And at this point, it's almost faded all the way back to its open. It's kind of
Main
losing
reason
some
we
of that
like it is
strength.
it's strong now. It's not strong.
VIX is holding up its strength pretty well, and Bank is starting to fade some of its strength as well too. So things don't look great to the upside on the indices, but we'll see.
Yeah. At this point, I'm just going to be pretty strict with saying I'm only going to take either the gold or silver trades. No more of the other indices. I'm not looking for short. My main plan for the day, as far as the long, was only look for long above the opening print. At any point now, I won't say any point, unless we reverse within the next hour. I don't think we're going to get there, and nor would I want to take that at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So, for me, I pretty much have lost interest at this point. A short could work, and I could look back and go, oh, it's such a simple short. But again, it's more of a mental thing for me, where if I ever short, I don't really care if I try to long something and it fails, or it fails to break out and retest, anything like that. But if I end up shorting and it looks like I short the lows, I hate that. Like, it just bothers me so much, and I know that about myself, so I have to protect myself against that. But it's also part of the reason why I'm glad I do a lot of futures trading during the nights for the gold and silver. So.
I feel like I need a cold plunge to wake my butt up some.
Yeah, I'm hungry. My stomach's rumbling. Let's get the SDK back and review up. Come on.
I don't know. I'd love to see what you mentioned earlier, where you said trap the breakout traders at the highs, and now trap the breakdown traders at the lows, and flip grid. It would be a fun spectacle to sit here and watch. That's for sure.
Oh yeah.
Here's for me. I would say there's I have two things on the table right now. It would be a rally back into VWAP that we start to reject, that you could look for a potential lower high, or kind of acceptance over VWAP that we maybe pull back into and give a potential higher low that we could then look to, target move back up to the opening print or something. But VWAP still a ways above, so I'm gonna still sit and wait here for a little bit. Which, by the way, if you look at SPY, like SPY has not come all the way down to previous day's open and given us that spike below, but QQQ has. I think this, by the way, I think this is a glitch, this QQQ spike pre-market, because that obviously didn't happen on the NQ. But you can see this is our open from yesterday. We spiked below it here. I hate looking at the hourly chart with extended hours showing. It always drives me nuts.
Teradyne and WDC both ended up working, but I just don't want too much exposure right now in this market. I have my SDK, which hopefully will be a good one, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, look at Johnny Stocks. Let the chart do the talking. That's in reference to the person saying, why the move now? Why did we not go higher?
Yeah. And again, sometimes you just don't know. You know, sometimes you just marketing.
And generally speaking, the market's gonna move in the direction of like whichever way has the opposite of like it's gonna trap as many people as possible, right? So a lot of times when you get a move down, it's when the longs look good because a bunch of longs are trapped, so there's more liquidity.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's what I was saying earlier, where this action just been so terrible. It's like I'm just curious, like what will? Because at this point, it feels like we need some type of catalyst to break us out of this range. We've had a lot of news, some good, some bad. It feels like we need something more. Because we've really just been rangebound for almost a full quarter, or if not longer. So it's like, what is it going to take to break us out? Which I do not know the answer to.
Yeah, which I mean, if you zoom out to something like the monthly chart, though, like we've had pretty trendy action for a while. So I mean, it wouldn't be all that shocking. I mean, it's not all that shocking. It's because it's currently happening. Because now we had. I mean, it's like years of pretty trendy action, whether it's one way or the other, and then we've now got 3 months in a row where I mean, the last 2 months really tight bars, like tiny bars compared to here. Let me pull it up. Make sure I have my screen up. Yeah, so if you look at like this is the monthly chart on QQQ. Actually, I'm gonna do this on NQ, but same thing, same difference. You can see how big all these candles are, and and then you look at the last 2 months, and it's 2 monthly doji bars. It's like
Yeah.
find another monthly doji on this chart. There's not very many. Like there's a.
Oh. That's why I'd say the action we're getting right now is like borderline, like not seen before this level of consolidation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, or at least hasn't been seen since like pre-COVID. You know, which again back then the market was much. You know, a monthly range could be, you know, $6 on the QQQ.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we just gotta kind of have to let it do its thing. The good thing is there's always gonna be stocks that go up and down during these time periods. I gotta figure out, you know, which ones. I am a little upset I didn't take that entry in Teradynes, especially at that 5 and 8, but that was making new highs. I just don't want to get overly exposed because I still do have the SDK on.
That is the ugliest looking weekly chart. Not even drunk goggles could get me to want to trade this weekly chart. But yet here I am doing it every dang day. I gotta get on the precious metals wave. Quit slacking. Man, RTY was the one with the relative strength we maybe should have trusted. It held up a little better.
All right, I need to go get a little piece of fruit real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh, you're gonna snag me one while you're at it. Maybe some prosciutto. That was a joke about the 20 pounds of prosciutto meat that his sister gave him. For anybody that's new here. We still got the backdrop construction going on here behind me. It turned into more of a project than I was hoping for. But hopefully we got some fresh paint by tomorrow. And if it dries in time, we'll start hanging. I got some new stuff I'm gonna hang.
All right.
Oh, jeez. This is my least favorite part about wearing headphones, chat. If you can see this little knob on my headphones, it gets my face is in the way. You probably can't see it. But it gets caught. Oh, there we go. Put it over my forehead. It gets caught on my desk all the time, and it like drives me nuts.
Damn, the WDC just ripped.
Oh, Tamika, I saw your Discord DM. I meant to respond yesterday. I forgot. You could try the first code I gave you again, Tamika. I don't know if you have. If you have, like they emailed me back when I first reached out, and he told me as soon as he got back to his desk, he would talk to their dev team and they'd fix the coupon codes. But then he hasn't followed up with an email since. I've emailed him twice, so just waiting to hear back. You could try that one, see if it works again. The first one, if you're gonna do it, do the first one I sent. But if not, I'll let you know as soon as I hear back. Not 100% sure what all the prop deals going on right now are. But I'm sure there's stuff, I don't know, Tradeify, My Funded Futures, Lucid, Code Stock Dads will get you whatever the best discount is on all of those. Yeah, Tamika, just try the first one because when I gave him the Callan with the other winners, I listed yours under the first one I sent you, so. Yeah, Frank, so this is what we're talking about, Frank. I sent Dan from Tradeify, he sent me the 50K select codes, and I sent one to Tamika because she won hers in the morning session. And when she tried to use it, it wasn't working. So then I gave her one of the other codes, and it didn't work either. So I reached back out to Tradeify, and they said they're gonna rectify it and they're gonna fix them. But I haven't heard back from them, so I let Callan know that, and I just don't think he sent them out yet because he doesn't want to send out codes that don't work, right? So we're on it. We're trying to get them for you, but unfortunately, we're dealing with a little bit of technical difficulties here. But we should have them for you here soon. They're definitely coming. Yep, no problem. Yeah, I mean, you could try to short this potential lower high here, but and longs don't look great to me, so this could definitely work. It's just I don't really have a level or anything as a reference point here, and that's one of my
Yeah, I
rules
got nothing.
trade.
I'm just vibing for the next little bit.
Yeah, I agree. It's not much I can do yet.
Out of the ordinary, but like what you just did is, I think, the perfect example. Which again, you didn't do anything, but like when people are like, this looks good, but then this, it's like once you start like teeter tottering back and forth, like different ideas, but that's when some people just be like, I'll just take it anyway.
Yeah.
But it's like staying out of those, even if it's a W, right? Because in theory, the next time it won't be.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah.
And that's what I said about today is that if you're going to take the short, like on a day like today, at the open, whatever, in theory, you have to take that type of short every single day. You can't pick and choose the day. It's like if I see a setup, I have to take it every time. I can't pick and choose when I take it, because if I pick and choose, then there's too many variables, right? It's a different story if I don't see it, if I missed it. But if I'm watching the charts and I see it, certain thing, I have to take it every time,
Yeah. And yeah, like to what you were talking about before, if you're kind of doing that like I was, right? You're trying to talk yourself into it. It's like it's just obviously it's not worth it. It's not something that's looks good. It's just you're just that thought process in your head, that conversation you're having with yourself is you trying to talk yourself into a trade more than anything. So, and that is a skill that when you just notice, stay hands off. This isn't my setup. Chad, I've thought about doing some more. I know we did the one day on some memes. I've thought about doing some more video editing on stream. Just well, one, it's something I need to do for my job to get content out there. So it's kind of killing two birds with one stone. But two, it's like if anybody was actually like interested in learning that skill that's never edited videos or content before, something I've been doing for a while. So like, if people were actually interested in that, I'd be down to vibe and do that when the markets are slow sometimes. But you guys in the chat would need to let me know that you'd want to check that kind of thing out. Okay, Tamika. Okay, good to know. Good to know. We're only on for about 20 minutes today. But yeah, when markets are slow, it definitely could be something we could fill in for, or maybe even something we'll promote a little bit to let people know who might be more interested to come on for like a certain time.
I will say we are getting a potential silver short here.
Ooh.
These levels are not correct. So ignore the levels. However, we are getting this kind of double toppy vibe here. I would say a 5-minute close underneath the VWAP with a 2-minute flip to the downside, which would happen like under 87.7s or so. Could be a short down to the 5-minute 20, so 70. It's about a 1-to-1 if we were to take entry around where my dotted line is right now. I'm not taking anything, so no one get all. Just kind of setting it up. Not quite 1-to-1. Somewhere around there, about 1-to-1. So I'm gonna watch that, see if the 2-minute flips down, kind of, giving double toppy kind of vibes to maybe test this and then maybe do that, or maybe we bounce from there. Again, it's still kind of range bound, but at least for now, lower high, double top wicks to the upside, swept the previous highs. So if it doesn't set up though, I will say in the next like 10 minutes, it probably won't. You would like to probably see some immediate follow through.
Chat, I just got word from the man himself, Duke Nukem. He is available for ticker Tinder this afternoon at 1 o'clock. So we'll have Aaron back on for the nooner, recapping this morning's action. And then right after that at 1 o'clock, we'll have Duke on with a fresh segment of ticker Tinder. If you don't know who Duke is, he does a swing trading strategy. He does basically overnight snipes. He looks to enter trades within the last 15 minutes or so of the day and hold them overnight. And then he just manages them in the first 15 minutes of market open. So he's not someone that sits at the charts and actively day trades all day. So if you're interested in learning more about his strategy, we'll be on at 1 o'clock. Well, we got our first 50-minute green bar of the day, and it looks like we're pulling back on it pretty quickly. We'll see. This 2 or 5 minute could be a higher low, but I don't know. It looks just like more hands off. So
Yeah.
gonna start working with my spackling here. Should be an experience.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be done here. I don't see anything. I mean, the silver tried again, and now it's bouncing. So, like I said, it needs to get followed through for that double time. It still could in the next like 10 minutes, but I don't know. It's just not looking appetizing. This could be the spot we put in a higher low, but the higher low would in theory just come out of nowhere. So it's not something I would.
Yeah, I know. I almost said maybe put a little YOLO here on this.
Yeah.
Potential
Like what I
high low.
used to do, which like I don't do anymore, but just to show you, is like I used to like just draw like little fibs. I don't do it anymore because I just eyeball it, but it's like I kind of be like, okay, that's just like the spot where we should hold from if we're gonna just put in a random higher low, you know. But I also don't love using fibs intraday because I do think it's like subjective where you draw it from. You can draw it from a bunch of different places. I prefer if I'm going to use fibs to use it on higher time frames personally, but everyone's different, of course.
Even RTY can't break out. VIX back at its highs here. Has kind of rejected here a few times, but a little bit of the knock theory. I don't know. We'll see. Well, the VIX is. I feel like VIX is one of the names that when like it will knock a lot sometimes. I think it just is.
Yeah, I don't really look at the VIX, but I know a lot of people like it. But hopefully.
Yeah, I keep an eye on it. I don't like. It's not. I don't know. I've the way Aaron explains it, I've been kind of listening to it more. It definitely, like the things he says, definitely makes sense about it, and so definitely been. I've always kept it on watch. I mean, for years. It's just.
Yeah.
I can talk myself into ignoring it if I want to talk myself into a trade.
Yeah. I always just say if something helps and it works, keep doing it. If it doesn't, do it. It's very simple. Yeah. For me, I think less is more. But again, for other people, like other people have the craziest looking charts where they need all the confluence. Like, hey, if you're making money, I quite literally can't tell you what to do or not to do. The only thing I really use VIX for is like if we get like above like 25 on the VIX, I just know like the premiums will be more.
Mm-hmm.
I know we're typically closer to a bottom than a top, like short term. And then if we ever get above like 30, then I'm not really looking to short at all. Yeah, so definitely no short on silver. No dice. Got the follow through. At least for now.
$9 to go in the swear jar here, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. I want to try not to be the one that pops it though. I like it more when it's like somebody who doesn't think about it as much as I have to, and then they like forget and accidentally do it. So I'm gonna try to be a good boy. Let somebody else get us to the finish line.
I am bored.
Yeah, we can just wrap it up here, man. We'll just hop off a little early. No sense. I mean, I think we're both in agreement here that we're not digging any of this action. We're not seeing anything we want to take right now. So no sense in just sitting here and delaying lunch any longer. I'd say we just we'll wrap it up, man. Thanks for coming on. Good stuff. Always great insight and valuable stuff for everybody. And yeah, man, we'll talk to you probably next week. Actually, no, we're gonna be off next week, but because I'll be on vacation, so everything will just be in the Discord. But we're back tomorrow, 8:15 a.m. We're gonna be back with the nooner today with Aaron, and also we got Ticker Tinder coming up this afternoon. Everybody have a good lunch, and we'll see you this afternoon. Peace out, everybody.
See you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the nooner, with the man, the myth, the legend. Although, where's his camera? Where'd it go?
Where am I?
There it is. Oh, it took us a second there, but we're back. The man, the myth, the legend. There he is. A little pop fake, a head fake on us there. Aaron, what's up, man? How was your morning?
It was good. It was good. I'm looking back through the chat. Did Frank get a hold of you?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, cool.
I talked to you. Yep.
All right. Cool. All right. Thanks. Welcome, everybody. Miss Wilf, Ivan, what up? You like my cow? I did that just for you. Still got my stock dads Brandon going on over here. Just here, we'll put that down. Make sure we see that. All right, everybody, welcome. Get a bear one. I need like that bear hat you sent me, the fuzzy thing with the ear covers. Right. All right. That hat sucks. Nice. Still got the little knobby over here under the hat. See, he's still hanging out too. All right. My little working buddy. What's up, Miss Tomika? All right, everybody. How we doing, everyone? All right, 15. Yeah, we'll get started. Okay, let's get started, guys. All right, so just kind of like we laid out this morning, right? The VIX didn't break that stupid long, so there we go. So starting off with the VIX, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. We're still in these larger shorts, but this is what we're watching all week, right? All week, right here. So these old contract lows to new contract highs, remember this runs inverse, right? VIX down, indices up, VIX up, indices down. So from these lows at 15, that's not 1580, is it? I thought it was 85. Oh, 1580. 1580 to our highs at 2095, that's what it was. There's our pullback, right? There's our long that we have not broken, right? We need to break the 1770s to break that long. All right, and this morning we were dancing on it, and there we go. All right, so we never broke it. So we were talking about that exact thing this morning, right? If that doesn't break and we start this squeeze, indices are going to head south. Ty, what's up? Ross, good morning. All right, welcome back, Ross. Good to see you. All right. So that's what we're looking at, right? We still have not broken that. All right. Anytime the VIX is in these longs, right, that old contract low, new contract high, that becomes a real sticking point for the indices. Over and over and over. All right. So what we're watching here going into the afternoon, the VIX is holding longs off of these lows, right there. Holding these longs off the lows, squeezing up into this halfway back. This halfway back is going to tell a big tail, because if that sucker breaks, heads up to the downside. Okay, but from our highs on February 1st, all right, to our lows. So that is 2090 to 1785. Okay? Right there. So we'll see where we start finding resistance. And how will we know? Because we'll break long setups. The VIX is in longs right now. Okay, coming off our lows, there's our longs. Haven't quite gotten to our target yet, but we'll see. All right, but as long as this keeps rising like this and we're in longs, indices are for the short term bearish. Okay, so kind of just, you know, we knew if it didn't break this, then, you know, whatever, just being a stinker, we just will not break that right now. All right, and then to hold a long to boot off of lows here. So we'll see. This 38.2% lines up at 19. So we'll see. Like I said, we'll just keep trailing these measured moves on the way up, and eventually they'll break. All right, and that's how we'll know we have hit resistance, and then we can start buying pullbacks on the indices. But not until then. There's really no need, no reason to. All right. Remember, the indices are going to move farther faster than the VIX does. Right, the VIX might only move a few ticks higher, but as you've even seen this morning, the indices are going to make much more substantial move the other way. Okay? Any questions? Oh, that was a good sound. Oh, that was a really good sound. Any questions here, guys? Oatmeal in my tea. Everybody good? Okay. There we go. All right, nothing we can do, right? Just gotta wait. Just gotta wait. All right, but if you're short, you know, more power to you, because this, as long as this thing keeps rising, right, you're gonna have more downward pressure on the indices. So there we go. There we go. Almost to this target. We'll see if we go through it or if we start to make our pullback. All right, moving on to our financials. Okay, here's bank. Now remember, we talked this exact same thing this morning, right? Bank had room to make a pullback. It had kind of run out of places to go, right? We were going to have to make a pullback, and we're making these pullbacks right now. All right, we were up here and, you know, just ripped and nowhere really left to go. Okay, nowhere really left to go. All right, so here comes our pullbacks. Now we've got two support levels. All right, we've got one, this extension long from Friday's highs to highs. That's down here. And then we've got our all the way halfway back. All right, so right now we've got the VIX in longs and bank falling. That's bearish for the indices. Okay, so remember, this doesn't trade tick for tick with the indices. It just creates the environment they're in. So right now they're in a negative environment until bank would turn around. Okay. All right, so we've got 2 of 2 pointing to indice weakness. Okay. All right, moving on. All right, so here's the ES, and we were talking about this exact thing this morning with the VIX back down at those lows and not breaking them, that we were right back at the top of the range. All right, so we're going to continue to fall until the VIX gets to resistance. All right, so I mean, the indices could end up all the way down here. We don't know, right? We don't know until this hits resistance, wherever that resistance is going to be. All right, because this leads, remember. So as long as this thing keeps doing this dumb stuff, right, indices are going to be weak. All right. So gap fill this morning was awesome. We were on the call actually, right, or right before the call. Here's the gap fill, right? 7,325, right there. There's 20 points, right? We traded 20 points to the tick. All right, literally to the tick at 745. All right, and then we had some more entries here, and those 20 points held, and then boom, boom, pullback. There was a little pullback here before we filled the full, but right down into the half, right down into the full. Awesome, right? Just super, super technical, literally to the tick, 20 points. All right, and then obviously we saw some profit taking, and then we followed through. But great, awesome gap fill this morning. All right, so trying to pick a bottom on the indices right now is a pretty futile attempt, okay, until the VIX rolls over. Simple as that, right? So you can see I'm not really drawing this long up, right, because the VIX isn't at resistance yet, right? And this long is right in the middle of this range, okay, right in the middle. And we know that rattlesnakes hang out in the middle of ranges. Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. Okay? So we just gotta wait. Wait till the VIX gets to resistance and starts breaking long setups. All right? That's all we can do. There was this pullback short here that coincided with the VIX pullback, right? Didn't quite make it all the way up there because the VIX hit support first. And there we go. All right? Same NASDAQ. Now the NASDAQ was stronger this morning, right? A little bit stronger than the ES. But here's the NASDAQ. Remember, the NASDAQ's in this long. Where would I see the reversal at? When the VIX gets to resistance, right? When the VIX gets to resistance. Okay. The VIX is in longs right now. See that lows to highs, long right there. We're right at a profit target. So it's either going to go through this target and potentially go into extensions, and those will break. Right? Or we're going to get up here and eventually break long setups. And when we break longs, that's when the indices will change trend, not before. Okay, so we've still got room up into these 19s, into that 38.2. All right. So not until this rolls back over. All right, not until that rolls back over. Okay, the NASDAQ. Remember, the NASDAQ has a long. okay, from November 21st to highs, right? The NASDAQ has a long down here. The indices, or the ES doesn't have this. All right, we just squeeze basically back to the top of the range, right? Top of this range right here. It's right there. Top of that range. Oh, look at that. Bam. All right. Range, top, poke through, couldn't make it, failed, top. All right, so there's the top of your range right there. So we can fall all the way back down to the bottom. Right? Again, we just got to wait for the VIX to get to its resistance level. We didn't even make a lazy pullback here. Lazy. That's all the NASDAQ got. Right? So we'll see. Right? Everything's bank falling, VIX rising, indices are going to be weak. Okay? So as of right now, we're looking like we're in great big ranges. Great big ranges. All right? So we can wait, and when the VIX gets here and rolls over and breaks longs, we can look long on the indices, and that'd be a great trade. Right? That would be a great trade. Bank get back down to support, VIX get to resistance, roll over, bank lift off, get long the indices. Right? All right. Yes, if the VIX keeps going up, then NQ will keep going down. Yes, it will be weak. Yep. All right. Okay, so moving on to the YM and the Russells. All right, now think bank, right? When you think of the YM and the Russells, they're the most sensitive. They're the most sensitive to bank movement. There was a low tick. All right, so here's this just ridiculous range that the YM is in. Doesn't get much more Rangerton than that. Okay, so traded right back up to the top, and here we go. Okay, so as long as bank keeps weakening, right, and the VIX keeps strengthening, we're going to see pullbacks, right, on the YM, possibly all the way back down to the bottom of the range. Now you're going to have to watch bank, right, especially the YM and the Russells. Bank gets the support, and bank starts to lift off of support. You're going to see some strength come back into the YM and the Russells. But as long as bank continues to fall, right, big headwind. But look at that range. That is something to behold right there. Something to behold right there. Okay, that's why I'm not drawing up this long from lows, because it's right smack down at the middle. You would have been wrong 1, 2, 3, call it 4, 5 times so far. Okay. All right, Russells. Now Russells has a short. Okay. Russells has a short setup, a pretty significant one. All right, its next support level is down here. All right, and that's drawn from the low on November 21st to our high on January 22nd. There's the next support level for the Russells. All right, and you can see this short from highs, it keeps defending. All right, this is just a simple highs to lows. This short from highs just keeps defending. Right, that keeps up, right, and we keep getting bank weakness. You're going to see the Russells sell off, and then once bank, like we've seen over and over, once bank changes trend and finds support and lifts off, going to take the Russells and the YM higher. All right. So there we go. So there's the indices. All right. Oh, VIX is making a pop. Okay, so we're coming into resistance. All right, we are coming into resistance. Resistance, if you want to round down, call it 1935. All right, now a break of this would be 1973, round up to 75.80. So we'd have to break the 80s. All right, so we'd have to trade 85. Right, 73, 75, 80. Yeah, so we'd have to break the 80s. So we're coming right into resistance now. All right, so we'll see as we get up here. We will see as we get up here. Would we trade 20s? And we're calling it 35s. No, did we just trade? No, 20s, 30s. So we're 3 ticks away. We consider 2 ticks away traded. All right, we consider 2 ticks away traded. See what bank's doing here. All right, it'd be nice if we actually got up here so we could call it traded. One more tick and we can call this traded. If you round down from 38 to 35. So we'd need a 25. All right. Okay. Yeah, if we break that, whatever I said that was, that's bad, right? 73, 75. We break the 80s, 1980s, good year. That's going to be rough because we got plenty of room, right? That's not going to be pretty. All right. Hopefully this is a little capitulation pop here, but we'll see. All right. Let's see where that is coinciding with the ES. See if it's coinciding to this long. Remember, the indices can be sloppy, right? Because the VIX isn't. All right, little tricks and traps of the ES and the indices. So let's see here. Yeah, I mean, we're still inside of that. We're not going to get too excited if this breaks, right? Because, you know, VIX has to break that short. But there we go. We're pretty close, right? Our divergence is really closed between the ES and the VIX. So we're really close. All right, so we'll watch that here. Okay, Bitcoin just broke this opposing move. This is beautiful. This is gorgeous. That's absolutely awesome move. All right, so that long from lows is broken. So we're still in our extension short, right, from January 25th, lows to lows, right? We traded up into it, didn't quite make it, but we just broke this long, right? Targets are down at 72, 162 of this extension, and we'll just keep trailing, right? We'll just keep trailing that extension. That is awesome to see. All right, that's a great move. So if we don't get down and touch the bottom of this range first, we could have a little pullback right here. Now that we broke that long, we could have that little pullback right there. All right, we'll see if Bitcoin has any strength at all here. All right, so that could be there. We'll see. I'm going to delete it for now since we broke that long. All right, but just nice move. All right. Okay, moving on. Let's move over to spot. All right. Oh, 91 bucks in the swear jar. Somebody went sideways. All right. There we go. All right. So there's Bitcoin spot. Make sure you guys got me here. Yeah, there's Bitcoin spot. All right, now remember where we are, right? I mean, this is important to understand. I hope a lot of you have been taking advantage of this since we started talking about it mid to late October when longs broke, right? So here's our larger time frame, right? Here's our targets, 33.5. Right? Or between September 6th and October 6th. Okay? That's what we're looking like. This is no joke, guys. Right? No joke at all. Now we'll probably see a little bit of support down here. But any support's gonna have to break short setups. Right? Gonna have to break short setups. So, you know, hopefully you guys understand the power of a move like this, right? From here, or even if you get in on a pullback down to here. That's massive, guys. That's like life-changing type, yeah, wealth creation type trades. All right. So here's that extension short, and get rid of this now. There's that extension short. It's actually from, let me see, on the futures, it's from the 25th. Yeah, it's from right there. All right, so there we go. All right, so target's down to 71.818 on spot. Look at that. All right, look at that. I'll just put it there if you want. We'll leave it here. All right, but that's awesome. That's a great, this trend, guys, has been insanely technical on the way down, which trends on the way down typically are a little bit more difficult to trade than the technicality on the way up, but this one's been awesome so far. All right, this one's been awesome so far. All right, so there we go. There we go, there we go. All right. Stocks. What would you guys like to see? Anybody? Anybody? Stocks. Robinhood and Walmart. Yep. Let's take a look. Oof. Still that short. So let's see where we're coming back down to here. We're coming back down to this, whatever this is. Oh, that's a half off sale. All right, so we're coming to a half off sale here. This is just draw from the lows. All right, all-time lows to all-time highs. So I don't know why. Oh, that's a previous high. So we're coming down. Once we get into these 80s, right, we're getting into half off. All right, we know investors love those half off sales. So let's see what we need to break. Man, that thing just fell apart, didn't it? All right. Boom. Here we go. All right. There we go. We have this high. Yeah, I mean, this thing is just falling apart. Let's zoom in a little bit here. All right, so there's that larger extension. It's from this low on January 2nd, lows to lows. Let's see if we can't identify something a little bit smaller to break here. There's number 1 right there. There's number 2. That was an amateur gap. Is that amateur gap right there? So right there, boom, boom. So that, oh, there's number 3. If you can call it that, that's rough, right? That's almost straight down. But I'd use that right there and then look for this pretty much this low before the breakdown to lows. Yeah, right there. All right, I'd start using that. All we're looking for here, the reason I'm doing this is because all we're looking for is a break, right? All we need is a break. And once we get it, then that gives us permission to start looking. I'm going to show you Netflix here in a second that Nate pointed out to me, which is a really good example. But that's how I'd look at that, Mary Rose. Right? That's how I'd look at that. Obviously wouldn't try to pick a bottom. But from these lows, I mean, you could even go low before the breakdown to lows. But to get permission to start looking long, I'd use that. I'd use the low on January 29th, right? Lows to lows. And if we don't break that, right, we're just going to trade it and go straight down. But if we do get above those like 94.33s, then you can draw lows to highs and start looking to see if it's going to hold and change trend for you. But right now it's not doing too hot. It's rough. It's going straight down in extension shorts. All right. No, Ross, I do that towards the end here. Okay. All right. Okay. Walmart. Yep. Okay. Oh, look at this one a little bit. Whoa. Oh, Walmart. Go, Walmart, go. What the hell happened to Walmart? 1 trillion market value? Wow. Jeez. Didn't know about Walmart going to the moon. All right, so it held this long, right? All right, so that extension long, let's draw this back here. Not that one. That one. All right, so there was that long right there. All right, and that anchors from August 8th of 25 of last year to our highs here in December of last year. Bam, 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 there's your long target. Perfect, right there, right? Profit taking coming off that target, but then we lift it off, right? What in the hell happened in that? Where they have earning? What is this? This is awesome. All right, this has to be a catalyst of something. So there was that profit target, right? Straight up. So we're going to draw from this high on December 15th, highs to highs, keep trailing that higher, right? See if we can get any sort of pullback to buy into that. All right. Wow. Wow. All right. Congrats if you're long Walmart, or if you've got Walmart in your long-term silo. Yeah, that's how I look at that right there. December 15th, highs to highs. Cool. All right. Okay. All right. Tesla. Yeah. Let's look at Tesla. Apparently, we got a ways to fall here. All right, so our next long, or our next support level on Tesla is from this low June 5th of 25 to this high November 3rd of last year. There's the pullback, never hit the target. Right, so we just leave the draw right here. So we can fall back down here. That's where support is, and we're holding shorts like nobody's business here. Okay, so coming off of these highs, this is just highs to lows. All right, just the highs to lows. From right there on December 22nd to that low on January 8th, boom, no target, leave it there, came right back up, boom. No target yet, but if we get to this target and peel back, we'll just trail from highs. If we get to this target and fall through it, we'll draw that lows to lows. Okay? But yeah, that's where Tesla is. It's not, I mean, there's nothing bullish about Tesla right now. Right? There's nothing bullish about it. It's got a lot of work to do. You can even see these smaller worker bee moves inside of this, right? So, yeah. All right. So yeah, nothing bullish about Tesla. All right, we've got to change trend, and it's got a ways to go, right? It has a lot of work to do to change trend. All right, so there's that. All right, what else we got? Apple. Okay. Looking at 360. Yeah, down in here. Yep. More than likely we'll fall. If we do fall, we'll break this. We'll go into an extension short. Into this level, extension shorts will finally break, and then we lift off. All right. Yeah. No, that's not a bad target. Okay. Apple. All right. Nice move. There's your trend change. Damn, that's gorgeous. Right? Perfect. So, man, this is right a textbook about this move right here. All right, so here's our extension long. All right, that's from April 14th of last year to our highs, December 3rd. All right. Look at this. Coming off of here's our support down here. All right, coming off our highs. Bam, blew through the target. All right, lows to lows, extension right there. Blew through the target. Next extension short, right there. Defended, broke the series. All right, as soon as we did that, that's exactly what we talk about every day, guys. As soon as we did that, trade support, break the short, draw the long, and look at that. All right, bam, perfect, absolutely perfect. You could, right? This is exactly what I talk about every day, guys. When we're talking about these stocks falling back down into support, they'll hold one, maybe two traditional shorts, and they'll go into extensions, then extensions of extensions till they get to support. Extensions will break, and then we can buy the first pullback, which was right here. That's so cool. All right, just awesome. All right, just awesome. That really geeks me out right there. That is a gorgeous move. All right, so now obviously we've got to get through our opposing move right here. Oh, it might have. Well, man, that's close. Let's get the magnet out. All right, Tamika, beware. I got the magnet. There we go. Down there. Man, that's tight. Let's see, 271.35. Yeah, I mean, it broke. It absolutely broke. Traded 63. All right, so get rid of that. All right. So let's see, there can be a little extension here because we blew through this target, but more than likely we're going to be looking for this this first pullback after we broke that, right? Trade support, break the short, drop the long, see if we can't get a little pullback here. That is just a great, you could use that as a demonstration chart right there. Just perfect. Traditional, extension, 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 into support, break extension, buy the first pullback. Perfect. And you've just retired, right? So, very good. Very good. All right. What else we got? Okay. Apple AN, oh boy, ANL. Let's see what that is. Don't have high hopes. Whoa. Okay. Something you're not telling us? Jeez. Not gonna be able to do a whole lot of structure to that one. This thing. This runs inverse. That looks like one of those Hawaiian boats, right? Have a big thing on them. I don't know if you guys see it. I see it. Got any volume? Plenty of volume. I don't really know what you're shooting for here on this one, but there's not a whole lot of help I can give you. The only thing I'd do on this is just draw from zero to high. That's really the only draw here, right? And not a whole lot of, just don't have a whole lot of structure yet. Maybe from this low, all-time lows here. Yeah, you might just be able to draw from all-time lows. It's kind of how I look at it, right? Kind of like that. But geez, we'll see if it starts trending. That'd be super cool if this thing started trending. All right, the IV on this is probably at a bazillion right now. All right, so that's how I look at that, man. That's, geez, if you're in that, congratulations. Just retired. You went from $0 to $10 in a couple days, or from $1 to $10. All right. Okay. All right. Okay, very good, very good. All right, there we go. Okay. Let's get back to it here. Swear jars at 91. How much does a swear, do you rank them? Like, are there different variables? Are there different levels of swearing?
It's set up based off of like just probabilities. It's randomized. So the like $1 and $2 have a much higher chance of hitting, but then it has a small chance that it could be a 5, 10, or 20, very small chance. But we've had a couple of them.
Oh.
So, but yeah, it's just random. It's just random based on percentages.
Oh, so you don't get like worse for an F-bomb than you do.
No. DJ felt that would give people too much control on how quickly they could fill it up.
Gotcha. I would just make a phone call. All right. Okay. All right. Let's get to it. Okay, there we go. All right, so what do we got going? VIX still no break. All right, no break at that short. We're still hanging out up here. Trading the 20s, 3 ticks away. All right, so we'll see. Again, if this long on the indices breaks, doesn't matter, right? Because it's about this right here. All right, bank still just staying red. What we want to look for, we want to see a 15-minute bar up here again, close red, and we want to see a 15-minute bar on bank, close green, and that would at least give us permission to start looking long. Until then, we don't even have permission to do it. That's just plain old dumb, right? If VIX is still green, bank is still red, trying to pick a bottom, that's, I mean, if you do, great, knock yourself out. All right. Okay. Crude oil just. So crude oil's got a pullback to make, right? Now we're getting pinned. We're getting real sideways here. So we have our massive short above us, and then what we've been watching, right? What we wanted to see was this pullback, this long, right? From the lows on December 16th to highs. We traded that before we made a pullback. Now this is traded, and it's getting ready to slam into this short. If it had, there it is. All right, and it slammed into that short. See the order sitting there? So now it's gone back to being stupid. Right? So we need something to happen now. All right. If we break this and we don't go all the way up here and we can make a pullback, great, we can buy that. Or this holds and we start going into this range, cool. We love ranges on crude oil because we know how they work, right? Loves to dip into lows before rallies, dip into highs before sell-offs. But you can see we traded back down here before making a pullback, and then bam, we just slammed into the short. So now it's like, well, crap, right? Kind of stuck, right? Kind of stuck in here. But at least we're moving, right? At least we're moving. So not a whole lot to do right here. Don't really want to go short because we just traded long. Don't want to go long up here. That's a chase more than anything, but don't want to go long up here on a pullback because we just traded the short and we didn't break it. All right, so I can get rid of my alert now. We never made that pullback. What we were looking for this morning was a pullback before we slammed into that short. And we didn't get it. We were looking for this. That's why that alert was set there. All right, I was looking for that pullback. And no, just straight, whatever that is. Not even Wednesday, all right? So we're just pinballing now. All right, back up here, top of the range. All right, so we'll see. We'll see. We could fall back down to the bottom of the range. All right, so we'll see. It puts us in a pickle when it does that. All right, gold and silver. So gold made its pullback, right? Dramatically, freaked everybody out, but it made its pullback, right? Last Friday. So we've had 3 chances now. We had the 31.55s. We had whatever these were, 39.51s, and now we have the 45.68s. So those are the only pullbacks we've had. Okay, and this is the deepest pullback we've had in this gold rally. So while everybody's freaking out, right? While everybody's freaking out, again, we're just dropping into the long. That's why I stress so much, guys. Don't let the speed of things or the size of candles mess with your head. It's where is price? Well, price dropped into this long, and that's all we know. All right. So now we need to get through this short setup. All right. We haven't done that yet. So a break, 51.66.60. All right. So we need to break this up here. All right, and that will confirm support and freak everybody at the COMEX and LBMA out again, and because silver's going to follow, right, on the retractable leash. Okay, but if we can't get through this, all right, we'll still draw this long from lows, but if we can't get through this, right, we're going to fall back down. We'll see if this long holds down here, but that's a generous move here on the way back down. All right, so we traded the long and we slammed into the short. See if we have enough juice to get through it. All right, see if we built up enough bodies on the way down, right? Built up enough bodies that are going to have to cover to light the fire and get us moving. All right, moving on to silver. All right, so here's silver. Now, what silver ran into was it's half off sale. All right, it's from 0 to highs. All right, from no value to the highest value, and that's what we ran into down here. All right, so let me look at one thing. you could almost make the case too that from these 1164 lows, you can almost make the case that's holding too. Right now, any support level, we don't have to guess. This is from March 23rd of 2020, COVID lows right there. Because we're going to eventually support will break the short setups, and that will tell us that we've traded it. All right, silver's got a long way to go. Remember, gold's up here in this same draw. Gold is right here. Here's silver. So silver's making this pullback. All right, coming out of that. So we'll see. If these pullbacks hold, right, then they're going to lift us off. So very interesting here. I'm eyeballing this for sure. I'm absolutely eyeballing that. All right, that pullback. The only thing is gold's at that short setup. See what I'm getting at? So gold could put some down pressure if it doesn't go through it. All right. So, yeah, so pretty cool. All right, we'll see this pullback. There's a lot of bodies collected, right? Everybody freaking out. Okay. All right. Now, on to the dollar. So we actually had some dollar weakness, and this is kind of getting exciting here. So here's the dollar, or DXY, right? There's that extension long. Now, this isn't the dollar, it's just an index, a bunch of different currencies in here. Okay, but from our highs on January 28th to highs, there's the pullback, right there. So if we lift off of this, more dollar strength. But if we fall through this, and when I show you the other currencies, you'll see it a little bit easier. We fall through this, that's dollar weakness. That is going to put a tailwind behind the precious metals, okay? But if we start lifting off, dollar strength, more of a headwind against precious metals. All right, but here is the dollar yen. Now remember we were talking about this morning? We were waiting for a reason to look short. All right, we've got our pullback, January, basically halfway back in the year, January 13th down to January 27th. We're right inside of that resistance. All right, and we were watching, and this broke. Right? Could this be our first clue? Right? This overnight lows to highs. All right, that finally broke. Okay, now we're not out of the woods yet, but if we were going to go straight up, right, we would have done it. Because see, we hit this target up here from this pullback, so this would be the next in this series heading up, be the next stair step, and the next stair step broke, right? So just be on the safe side. Look at that, traded target to the pip. Look at that, perfect. All right, we're just going to trail these up, watch for that break, and then sell that first pullback. Okay, so you can see if these roll over, we're going into dollar weakness more than likely. All right. Okay, now moving on to the euro. All right, here's the euro, making it squeeze. Now, we're not sure where the support is on the euro. There's a lot of different places it could be. All right, but all we need to watch for is a trend break, right? We want to trade with the trend. Well, here's the trend, all right? From this low on January 28th, lows to lows. There's the resistance, okay? There's the extension short, all right? If we get through that, game on, right, for dollar weakness. We hold it, dollar strength, okay? But this was promising this morning that we didn't make a new low, right, on the euro. We didn't make a new low. So we're going to chop around? I don't know. All right, but if this starts falling again, dollar strength. We keep, you know, if we find some support, maybe a little halfway back or something, and we find some support, dollar weakness. That's going to really screw with people and the precious metals, right? Because that dollar weakness is going to put a tailwind, a big tailwind behind the precious metals, which is what obviously COMEX and the rest of them don't want, right? Because we went into that a couple mornings in a row now. The silver isn't there, right? Silver isn't there. 9,000 contracts. What's a contract? 1,000 ounces or something? Just it's not there. All right, so we'll see. All right. All right, so VIX squeezing, still squeezing higher. Almost into that. What are we trading here? 25, so we've come 2 ticks away. All right, so let's see. Let's see. All right, we got bank at support. All right, bank at support, VIX at resistance. Let's see what we get going into the afternoon. 30, now we've traded 1 tick away. All right, if you round this up to 40, we've traded 2 ticks away. If you round it down to 35, we've traded 1. All right. Okay, any questions? Anybody? Anybody? Everybody good? All right, should be an exciting afternoon here, especially if this holds. This holds, we're going to see a nice little pop on the indices. Now, again, the other way, if oh, there's a reaction. See it? Starting to get it. We'll see. Very cool. Okay. Everybody good? Questions? All right. Okay. Very good. Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir. Thanks, Aaron. Great stuff, man.
All right. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, everybody. See y'all. You guys are the best. Appreciate it.
See you tomorrow. All right, guys. Awesome stuff from Aaron there. He's always dropping the sauce, man. Love it. I saw a few people got accepted into his. I guess I don't know if he's calling it. I don't know if it's his mastermind or whatever it is. His mentorship program, I think. So congratulations. I don't know if anybody's on this chat, but congratulations to you guys. I'm sure that'll be an awesome experience. We have Duke coming on for Ticker Tinder. January, he's been kind of a dry spell, he said. You know, he's not getting any matches. The ladies just ain't swiping right on him, you know. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? So we'll see if we can find a good looking swipe to dig out of the spell here. Duke's gonna be on at 1 o'clock. So we're gonna step away here, take a quick 10-minute break, get Duke set up in the background, and then we'll be back on for Ticker Tinder. Duke did let out a swear word last time we did this. And as you guys can see, swear jar, $9 left to go. So if you gotta be on stream, if Duke decides to pop the lid off the swear jar, you gotta be on stream to win the $100. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We're waiting for his camera to appear. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the flying Filipino.
Wow.
Duke. 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 We're not dead. I didn't even hit record there. I missed my entire great intro. Unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, we were a little delayed there because Duke cannot find a single good-looking match on
They're
his
all ugly.
Tinder searches.
All a bunch of the tortas. Can I say that? Is that
I think you can say that. Is that tortas? Is that a? You might have got me canceled. Me as being a white guy, I might not be able to say that. I don't know. Is that like a?
No.
Is that like a
No,
Latino
it's
thing, or is that a Filipino?
You ever
word,
watch
torta?
Madagascar?
Yeah.
The what was that? Moto?
Moto. Man, I don't remember that. Oh, is it the penguins?
No, the hippo, dude.
Oh, dude, I don't remember that.
Big. I like them chunky. It's Moto, man. Yeah, they're basically you know, quote unquote thick-boned.
Oh,
No.
You like them? Do you like them thick? You like them thick?
Like, you know, got their own gravity type. You know, like
they have an orbit around them, a gravitational pull.
You throw pebbles at them, and it just goes like that.
I don't think you're supposed to do pebbles. I think you're supposed to do like candy, M&Ms, or a little Snickers bar, maybe.
Ooh, piece of candy.
A little Chips Ahoy. Dude, the market is dying. What's happening? It's dumping.
Oh no, dude. I don't make the rules here.
Yeah, man. What are you doing? So so nothing's looking good. You said January's been a tough month for you, man. Which Zach and I were talking today. The price action in terms of just day trading has been kind of poopy as well. So is this just something you just think it's a price action thing? Things just not getting the follow through that your strategy typically you're used to seeing, or is it just like a little bit of mismanagement on your end, or is it just Trump too active on Twitter, Jerome Powell printing too much money? What's going on here, Duke?
Dude, it's a little bit of everything, all right?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
By my side. Yeah, that's a bop right there.
That is a bop. And dude, you sang it for me as soon as you did. Your camera froze all. What the heck? I missed you. Like I didn't even see you. Dang.
Oh man.
Anyway, sorry. I know I asked you a question and then rudely interrupted you.
Yeah, it's a little bit. I guess it's the first two things mainly. Price action wise, typically my edge doesn't perform at its best during periods of consolidation.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a lot of times it's like, okay, when are we consolidating? When is that gonna happen? All right, like over here, there's still some chances. It doesn't mean it's gonna like perform horribly during periods of consolidation. It's just there's not as much opportunities, and then I lost my train of thought. Chugga choo choo. There's not as much opportunities, and then yeah, fucking I don't know.
Ah!
Oh no! Oh no! Oh,
Give me
why?
10! Give me a 10! Give me 10! Ah, it was 5! It was 5! It was 5! Oh, Duke, you better be careful, my friend. The swear jar is was at, I should say, past tense, was at $91. And you, my friend, with that little slipperooski, just put $5 in it at 96. One more little slip like that may just mean that you pop off the top and DJ's got to dish out 100 smackaroonies, and you know who he's going to be mad at.
I need I need
I'm pointing at you, dude.
Okay. So yeah, periods of consolidation. Oh no, not the little snippet of that. Okay. Periods of consolidation. They don't perform as well, and then you got to be extra nitpicky.
You know when I'm not good at performing is periods of constipation. You know what I'm saying? It's like, how can I perform at my best when I'm constipated?
I mean, if you're ever constipated, you could always do coffee enemas. That kind of does the trick.
That's good to know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got a whole rig.
You a whole rig, do you? How do you like your coffee? How do you drink it?
Just I don't at the point to where the bitterness is gone. Yeah, I can do.
Sorry, wait, what was that? Did you say that? No. Yeah, you would, you little, that's the Filipinos. They get, you gotta drink that bold, dark coffee, get that hair in your chest. I know you guys are hairless, so.
That's probably the reason why. That's probably okay.
Yeah, you don't have that. You don't have that. You need chest hair in order to be able to handle dark roast black coffee. Yeah, it's alright. It's not for everybody.
I already gave up on chest hair. Like my voice, I'm still waiting on my voice to drop. So
you and me both on that one, unfortunately.
One step at a time. One step at a time for me.
I feel like I keep interrupting you, but I got one more question for you. Is that like your emotional support animal that you're petting there?
Who, this guy?
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's a guy? That's a guy? It looks like a girl.
What? Did you just assume?
Oh, I apologize. I apologize. I did not mean to offend. I did not mean to offend.
All right. How dare you? All right.
You're like, at this point, you're like, dude, I have no idea what you're talking about.
This thing, I don't know. I'm over it.
Well, sorry guys. I know I keep interrupting. I feel like Duke didn't even want to come on today because he couldn't find any tickers that he liked, and then I keep asking him questions and throwing him off. But I kind of missed you, dude, and I'm happy that you came on just so we could chat. But all right. Anyway, before I so rudely interrupted you, you were talking about just consolidation. Consolidation. That's what it was. Consolidation. What are your thoughts on consolidation?
Yeah, there's a lot of times most times it's hard to determine like when that's gonna happen. I mean, one easy way is like if they're in between EMAs, right? You can tell they're bouncing around a lot. But if they're like trending and then you get stuff like this, right? You don't know after a 5-10%.
What ticker are you looking at right now?
This is a Spotify.
Spotify, okay.
But yeah, it's just like from a price action perspective. Sometimes it's hard to tell. Sometimes they can give it to you, like, again, with the EMAs, and then maybe, like, over the ADR, the average daily range, if it just goes a lot over.
So you're saying if you get extended outside of the ADR, you look for that for more follow through, or you look for that to then pull back into more consolidation?
Mostly consolidation.
Okay.
Or I'd say I'm more comfortable waiting for, like some rest bars.
Yeah. So in terms of like an ADR, you'd rather see something that's kind of still in the middle of its, ADR that has some room to then extend towards its max ADR.
Yeah. Well, this is in the sense of me wanting to see some follow through within the next day.
Gotcha. So are there any names whatsoever that you maybe aren't looking to enter, today or in the next week, but you think have potential if they continue to consolidate, they're due for a breakout in the coming weeks? Any names that look half decent in in that kind of perspective?
Yeah, so so this one is definitely potential. So I, wound up finding some names. BA, right? Nice little. Obviously, it's pooping. Um, email rejection. The only thing I don't like is just the strength behind it. Right? It's definitely bloody, but if I don't see some strength behind it, I get a little bit weary. All right, so most times they either just consolidate the next day, or they have too small of a move to even capitalize, right? So something similar to like this day, right? Sometimes these moves, like, yes, it did come down a little bit, but depending on how the contracts take the move, depending on um, how fast it happens, right? You probably won't be able to take anything. So I definitely want like some room, and then the strength behind it to give more confidence of a follow through. So if this ends up getting some strength, um,
What ticker is this?
by the close.
Oh, this is BA.
is
You told me
BA.
that. You said that already. I'm sorry, BA. Yeah.
Yeah, BA. Then I'll probably be interested.
Okay. Okay. So that's
Right.
one name that you're keeping on watch. Any other names?
Let's see what we.
And if
Let's see
if
what I
there
got.
aren't any, hey, listen. Sometimes that's just the way the cookie come. Man, I can't talk. The cookie crumbles.
Yes, very nice.
Bro, who killed the market dying here? Just dying.
Is it still going?
Oh yeah, we're still going. NQ down like
Oh,
500
yeah.
points here. Yeah, 500 points. ES down 80 something points.
Yes, and there's a nice move.
Anybody
right
catch the
there.
short today? Anybody catch a good short today?
Yeah, that seems like an easy. That was a pretty.
Oh, bro.
solid
Hey,
move.
hey. You can't. I didn't catch a short. I'm on here live trading. I didn't catch a short. You can't be coming all on here telling me, oh, it's easy. It's easy short, Tyler. You should have
No,
thought that
easy
short, Tyler.
hold.
Oh, okay.
I
Oh,
said
okay.
easy
All
hold.
right. I thought you were coming at me, bro.
Yeah, there's some wise words from Confucius that I tell everybody to live by.
Okay.
This is get good.
Get good. Really?
Yeah, that was Confucius, man.
That was Confucius, huh? Wow.
Verbatim.
Wow. Get good.
Well, it was more like get good.
Oh. Like I take that as like, hey man, go get some good. I was like, I just got a zip, bro. I didn't know Confucius. I didn't know Confucius got ripped like that, the homie. I guess
dude,
in order to be introspective, you gotta light it up every now and then.
Yeah, I mean, whatever they had back then, I mean, like whatever, like if you think, what is that? What are oysters? Like
Oysters? Oh, aphrodisiacs. Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like whatever Genghis Khan had, whatever. That stuff was unhinged. You know what I mean?
You know what? I'd like to look into more of the history of Genghis Khan. Was he a Filipino?
I don't know. He probably might be probably related.
I hear his DNA is still in like a large portion of the population.
Dude, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Which is pretty crazy.
Like whatever cracked out oysters he had, like that guy was.
Dude, you know what the people really want to know? What does Duke Nukem, the Flying Filipino, what is his personal aphrodisiac? What gets the Duke man going? You like a little foot rub, a little back scratch, a little Netflix and chill, little chocolates, a little booze, a little whiskey. Does a little whiskey get you going, dude?
No, dude, it's the complete opposite.
Oh, really? What is that?
Yeah.
What?
The whiskey that's whiskey right there.
Do something. Come on, do something.
Yeah, dude.
Move.
It's like you were the chosen one.
Move.
Yeah, this is
Although
like you were
for you,
talking
it's
all
probably more
that
like the
smack.
finger. It's like, do something.
No, dude. Usually, like, you know, some animal stuff. You know what I mean?
Dude, listen. Listen.
Yeah.
Listen, this is the second animal reference you've made on this segment. One more, I'm sending somebody in to check your hard drive. Do you hear me? One more, somebody's coming to check your hard drive. Don't make me do it.
All right, the cat's out of the bag, literally.
You beat me to it. You beat me to it.
I have to go catch it now. One second. All right.
All right. Is there any other stocks you want to talk about, or should we just quit embarrassing ourselves here?
No, they're here. Palantir.
See, Cal, Cal used to support this stream. He used to chime in the chat every now and then. I feel like he's abandoned us. He's too cool for school. He's out there golfing. He's taking golf lessons while I'm out here losing trades. He's taking golf lessons.
Is it getting better?
Oh, I would highly doubt it. But I told him I would like to put some money on the line, and I'm not a very good golfer. He said he's not either, so I said that's perfect.
Hey, don't mess with me in putt. All right, I can't.
That's one thing I would mess with you in.
I can't drive it very far, but I can putt the living life out of it.
Yeah, you can tap it in, tap it in.
You don't.
That's your home ball. That's your home ball. Don't you want to go home?
Oh, nice little callback there.
Yeah,
everybody born after 2000 are trying to figure out. But
yeah, hey, there's a new one on Netflix now.
Yeah, but is it good? I was kind of too attached to the first
it was okay. It was okay. It had good nostalgia. I enjoyed it. It wasn't as good, but it had some good nostalgia. There's a scene where he fights Bob Barker like in a cemetery or something next to the chorus, which was like yeah, I think can't remember. No, he's fighting. No, he's not who he's fighting. He's fighting. Maybe it's the jackass guy. Uh-oh. I just gave him the Duke. Uh-oh. I literally just said I didn't want to
flame him, David. Flame him, David.
Oh boy, here we go.
Yes.
Be under 5. Be under 5. Oh.
Yeah.
It's 2. Yeah. We're $2 away. $2 away. Dang it. All right. P's and Q's. You gotta be on your P's and Q's. So I think he fights the guy that yells the slur at him. That's like Jack Butt. Jack Donkey. You know that one. And so he fights that guy. I think, if my memory serves me correct. And they're doing it in a cemetery. Spoiler alert. Next to the golf course. And I think maybe Bob Barker. No, Bob Barker might really be dead. So I don't know. You know what? I'm just gonna quit talking because I think I'm butchering this story pretty bad. I wanted to say Bob Barker rose from the grave or something, but no, I don't think that happened. I think I'm making things up.
Just tell me to watch it.
Yeah, watch it. It's on Netflix. Free promo. I don't normally do free promos, but for you, Billy Madison, I'll make an exception.
They need more Adam Sandler movies, really. Those are the best.
Hey, he's still making them. He's still doing it.
I like the old ones.
Yeah.
They just didn't.
They don't hit like they used to. What'd you think of what's the one where he was just the righteous No, not Righteous Gemstones. That's an HBO show. He's the jeweler. I forget what it's.
The Jewel. Oh, the one where he took on a serious role.
Yeah. Did you like that one?
I didn't even bother with that one.
Wow. You don't have a serious bone in your body, do you, sir?
Only in the morning.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen. Brother. All right,
that was great.
Do you have
That
any
was
other
great.
thing you would talk about with socks or?
All right, Palantir. If we get.
He's got. Damn, my hamstring started cramping. How did your hamstring? Oh my gosh. Go ahead, Palantir. I'm listening. I'm listening.
What did you even do?
I don't know. I'm tight. I'm cramping, dude. I had a hockey game last night. I guess I didn't hydrate enough. Oh, gotta get stretch in here. Oh. All right.
Palantir probably just gonna consolidate here, so we'll skip that one. These two, Net and Spotify, they look interesting. They did have huge days though, so premiums are probably inflated.
Yeah, Palantir had earnings as well,
well.
I believe, and Spotify might have. Let me double check.
No earnings.
No, okay.
So probably, yeah, these two have potential, just where they're at. But
is everything you've put up looks like pretty current, pretty big red bars, which is, I mean, obviously the market's selling off pretty harsh here. That's not crazy. So anything you're kind of looking at, you're still looking for more room to the downside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And like these two names especially, like Net and Spotify, they're downtrend and then pretty like Net post like whatever this move was, just gave it all up and is continuing. Spotify, massive downtrend here. Like consolidation and then boom, continuation. So it looks like a healthy downtrend. It's just I don't want to step in front of like these really big days. Right? It's already like it's moved over twice the amount it usually does in a day. So yeah, probably just wait for a little consolidation and see if you get some follow through or anything actionable after that.
All right. Well, here's what I think we gotta do. I think we gotta. Oh, you know what? I'm actually out next week, but you said you're the next 2 days you're out as well. Okay. All right. Well, we'll check back in on these names. Here's what we gotta do. We gotta remember these names here. We gotta check back in on them. Not next week, but the following week. And at that point, who knows? The market could look a whole lot different. I'm actually out of town next week, so I won't be on either. But yeah, I do want to start doing that. I know you said January's been tough, but I think it would be great too to as we look at these, the following week, maybe take a look at it and just kind of go over how things played out, whether end up working out or not. And and yeah, man. Yeah. Well, thank you for coming on and bearing through it with me. I know not a lot looks great for you right now.
I mean, I'm just here for the vibes, man.
It's a vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. The vibes are always high. When you join. And I enjoy it. But remember, you're on strike 2.
On strike 2?
Before maybe that'll remind
you. Yes, I knew Tyler. Yeah, man. Sadly, there's not much here. I can't help that. But definitely, again, if Bonnie Blue can escape incarceration, then.
Oh, was that in the Philippines? Was that your homeland?
No, I think that was like Vietnam.
Same difference, right?
Yeah, you know, it's all different flavors in there. Right?
Oh man, she really went and tried to corrupt your people, bro. Can you believe that? Were you
Dude.
offended? Were you personally offended?
No, look, I'm blessed. It's like, you
I'm
know,
blessed.
it's like the president coming to shake your hand. You know, minus all the STIs, but
That's my president.
and I was like, yes, yes.
I will fight and I will die
Yeah,
for you.
it's like
I'm saying that's what you said, not me.
extremely,
I know.
Yeah, Genghis Khan, right, faced 100 men,
Okay.
and so did she.
Wow. Could you say
You know, it's
she's
like,
as tough as Genghis Khan?
yeah. So I'll watch the Billy Madison.
I
and then
did
you can
not
watch
think
that.
Billy Madison was where you were going with that sentence, my dude.
I'll watch the Billy Madison one, and then you can watch.
No, okay. Oh, so you've already seen that once. Okay.
No.
Oh my gosh.
I've heard the legends for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious. All right, with that, that's a wrap. That's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. Wrap it up.
Get us out of
Songtags
this
TV,
thing.
episode, I don't know, 57. I don't know what episode we're on, but it's been a heck of a ride. Wow, did I save that? Oh. All right, I'm getting out of here before I fill this swear jar. Duke, I love you.
Yes,
Thanks,
sir.
brother. 8:15 a.m.,
All right,
ladies and
man.
gentlemen. We're back tomorrow. We'll see you there. Bye, everybody. Peace.
Sir.